Hi, and welcome back to Codeweaver Plays Games. I have decided to play a little bit of Kerbal Space Program with, of course, a custom twist here, which you'll find out by way of the title, probably, and also some modifications that I have added to the game, some great little mods. So, let's just make sure, first of all, that we're getting some audio from the game. All right, so that's good. I think my audio is set up correctly, and I will test it again a little bit later. So that's great. I'll just leave my laptop running in the background, monitoring the stream. So yeah, we are going to play some KSP. I haven't done this in a little while. I still have my save game from the last time I did this on stream, so I'm just going to continue from there. I was playing a career mode. I'm going to keep playing a career mode. I could just go into just building lots of crazy spacecraft, but I don't know. I kind of feel like continuing on with the mission. Now, you might notice that that my visuals are a little bit different. I tried to sort of update the, or sorry, increase the light contrast just a little bit so that it's a little easier to see on the stream. Just a second here. Why are we not getting... Oh, I know why we're not getting anything, because I have not switched over to... There we go, that's a little bit better. Hopefully everyone can see that. So there we go, now we finally got visuals of the actual game. Sorry about that. That's our first glitch of the day, but I'm not going to go back and re-record the opener to this, so let's just keep on going. So, yeah, I have been playing this for quite a while, but this time around I decided to... I had to re-update some of my mods. I discovered the value of CCAN, which is a mod manager specifically for KSP, which is great, because there's lots of great mods out there, but I don't want to manually install them all, and I had to update a few anyway. So I updated some visual stuff in this game using a different visual update pack than I've probably previously used. I don't even know if I was using one the last time. But that shouldn't affect the general play of this game. The parts and everything should be stock capabilities, if not visuals. Yeah, let's just get on with this. So you can see Eve and the Scatterer mod are in here, are the two things that I'm using. And I think I'm using, within the Eve mod, I'm using Astronomer's texture pack. I haven't really thoroughly researched, I believe that's the one. I haven't thoroughly researched all the features of the Eve visual mods, and I'm just using basically the stock settings from downloading Astronomer's sort of texture packs coupled with the parameters for the various things that Eve can do. So, that being out of the way, the only game mechanic thing that I have added to this, not that I couldn't add a pile, is MechJet. I love it, not because I need it, because I just enjoy automating things that I already know how to do manually. It just makes the gameplay a little faster for me when I don't have to do certain things that I have done a million times manually. That being said, for the first few launches in this game, I'll probably do a lot of the stuff manually just to remind myself how to do it. Yeah, I'm liking the look that we've got going here. We got quite a lovely starry sky and all of that. All right, so where are we? So first things first, let's go and remind ourselves what the controls are, because clearly I'm having issues here. How do I'm gonna zoom back out. Right, I'm centered on the base. Let's check out the mission control to find out what missions we have. So amongst the missions that we have here, we have a number of atmospheric surveys. That's pretty cool. Ferry VIP. This actually gets us quite a bit of money, so I'll probably do some of this because they're easy to do in concert with other tasks. And we've got a bunch of stuff. We haven't yet orbited Kerbal because I was holding off on doing that until I had a little bit more beefy sort of launch pad and the like. You can pretty much get into orbit more or less with fairly low stock parts and the fairly low upgrades on various facilities, but I've been taking it easy in that sense. Testing heat shields. There's a lot of these things we can do. So let's try. So if we test this one, test a liquid fuel engine on the suborbital trajectory over Kerbal. In order to do that, here's our layout here. We want you to test it in suborbital trajectory, so we don't want to achieve orbit on this one. Great prestige. We have a year to do it, that's fine. To perform this test, activate the part through the staging sequence when all the conditions are met. Now this means that we have to get to certain locations on a suborbital flight and trigger it, and that's going to be a little bit tough. So maybe we put this one off for a moment. What can we do that's a little bit simpler, just to get our, Kerbal mojo going, as it were. Test the heat shield of flight. So use the run test when all the conditions are met. So this one we have to get up to a modest altitude, but with a very specific speed, and then trigger it. Okay, that's interesting. What about the solid fuel booster, the flea booster? This one requires us to get, this is still well within the atmosphere. We have to have a certain speed, but then we want to trigger the staging sequence. You know what? I think we're going to do this one because it doesn't get us a lot of prestige, but it gets us a nice amount of cash, and we can do that in concert with something else. Because we can use this as, I guess, maybe the last stage. We just have to be at the right speed when we get up there, so it's not impossible, but not super tricky to do, but... Alright, test the Thumper solid fuel booster in flight over Kerbal. We have to get up to a certain altitude before we trigger it. We have to already be going at a decent speed, and then we trigger the solid fuel booster. Okay. What is the VIP destination? We need a suborbital space flight? Yeah. Okay. So we can only do a maximum of 2 active contracts at once. I'm gonna go with one that does the VIP, because I can take the VIP up with me, and a parts test, and those are fairly easy to combine as long as I have one of the bigger crew modules, or if I stack 2 of them. So I think I can do these 2 things at once. So let's do that. Yeah. All right. Now, one quick thing is I am going to quickly test. Yep, the audio on my stream is working, so I'm going to take off those headphones, switch back over to my primaries. Not that there's a whole lot of audio in this game at the building stage of things, but they're more comfortable headphones anyway. So, let's get right back onto this. Let's try going into the vehicle assembly building. I haven't done this in a while. Let's find out what we can do. We're going to build a brand new spacecraft. Now, we do not have... look at that. Variants available 3. Some of the stock game may have actually changed since I got in here. It has been a little while, so bear with me while I figure out what I'm doing. That crew capacity's 1, so's this, and so's this. What are the variations? Can I find that out? Oh, just in terms of coloring. That's fine. So we are going to need 2 of these, because I'm going to take myself and my VIP up with me, and in fact, let's just go and make sure the crew is laid out that way. Now, here is one of the changes we are obviously doing here. Here's our tourist. We've got our pilot, and our pilot is, of course, one of our favorite flyers in all of Equestria. It's, of course, Rainbow Dash. Now, her actual model doesn't show up here, and that's very, very sad. Yeah, we're gonna make this a fun Kerbal Space Ponies game. So here we go. Back to that is not what I wanted to do. Let's switch editor. Yeah, that's the crew parts, right? Forgetting the interface entirely in this game. Okay, so that's MechJeb. We're going to ignore that for the moment, because I think we're going to try to do this manually until I get my bearings in this game again. It's going to be a long, fun day of this, I think, or at least a couple hours. So let's leave this open. So we have to get to suborbital flight. That shouldn't be too hard. We need to test the flea solid fuel booster, but we have to be at a certain speed to do it. Okay, now what do we have in terms of coupling? We do have a vertical decoupler. We have not yet purchased the horizontal decoupler. I'm going to make sure I have that in case I want it. Let's check the engines. So there's the flea. Can I get this down with me safely? Let's see if we can try a model whereby we use the booster sort of as a heat shield. On the way back, it can resist suborbital flight re-entry, I'm pretty sure, which means we don't have to have a heat shield specifically. I do have to worry about heat, because that's just what's happening in my game. We are going to need utility. Because we are going to need a Mark 16 parachute. I do have the radial mount drogue chute, which I'm going to buy because I want that available. And I also want the radial mount parachute, so I might have to have an extra one of these just to make the landing. We'll see how well this holds up. This can... don't know how much this is going to slow us down on just one of them, but we're going to give it a shot and see what happens. Now, having done this, we need to go back into the decouplers because we have to get up to speed in order to be able to use this. We have to be going at the altitude of sort of 3/4 of the way to space. We have to be going at a moderately decent clip straight up. But it has to be suborbital, so we're not going into orbit. We don't have to do that. So, couplers, decouplers, doink. Lovely. You'll find that I don't spend a lot of ceremony on aesthetics. I do tend to be a very practical builder, I suppose. So if you're looking for somebody who builds like replica models of the Apollo space program's crafts, let me redirect you to lots of really great YouTubers on that at some point. That being said, that's not what we're about. We are going to add... I want to be able to do the upper stage. Can I do this with just solids? Because solid fuel boosters. The reason why I ask that, because frankly they're cheap to lose, and otherwise I'm losing like more expensive engines on the ground. Which means that I would probably want to try to find a way to recover them coming down to the ground, and that's actually hard without mods to help you recover jettison stuff. It is possible, but it means you have to do a lot of very clever switching between active parts, and have to have command modules on the smaller parts to switch to them, and yeah, let's cross that bridge when we're doing slightly more elaborate stuff. So we're going to call this one... what are we going to call this one? We are going to call this one the thorax. For no reason that comes to mind. So we're going to save that, and we're going to launch this and see what happens. Because I play this game in a very intuitive way. I could probably crunch the math if I really wanted to do this hardcore, but I just don't do that when I play this. Because nobody should have to. You just play this game through some trial and error and just have fun exploding a spacecraft. So we have 1441 meters per second delta V, some of which will get eaten up by gravity. But let's see what happens. This might get us at least part way up. I just don't want to forget the speed requirement when we get up that high. Time to launch. We'll probably be reverting this launch, but let's find out. Oh, I forgot to put science instruments on this thing. Oh well, let's launch and gather data on this. The science instruments probably won't add a lot to it, and I'm pretty sure I've gotten most of the science I can out of suborbital flight in my previous games. It's one of the things, I wish this thing had a sort of a checklist of the biomes that you have significantly sapped sort of science knowledge from, but anyway. Right, let's give this a boost and see how far up we get. We are going to turn on SAS, and we're going to basically go straight up to get maximum height. There might be a trajectory that gets me a little bit higher up. Alright, now we have no control over how this burns, and we're going to hit maximum sort of velocity where we're actually spending more fuel on fighting friction. Then we're getting benefit out of the speed. But we seem to be doing okay. So how far up are we looking to get? Oh, we're looking to get way further up than we'd thought we were going to get. Now, we're still bleeding off some speed due to friction, so this is coming back down. But we also want to be passing through the right spot. Let's turn. Can we move mech chip out of the way? Is that a thing? Please, no. It's annoying. Alright. Can't get rid of mech chip. Yeah, there we go. Now we get rid of mech chip. So here we go. Problem is we're going actually too fast. By the time we pass through the distance that we wanted to get to, we're way past the relevant the speed to match up. So we actually need to boost less hard. That's fine. We're at flight. We're going all the way back to vehicle assembly. Now this gives us an opportunity to add some sciencey stuff to this. So actually, let's do that first. God, I can't remember the controls. Right. Shift and scroll gets me that. It's been way too long. I've been playing way too many games where I have to do a lot of work in Unity, so some of the controls here are conflicting with my... Doesn't matter. Let us go into the science section. And this is going to make the thing much heavier on its own. So that's the Science Junior. And I'm going to add a pair of these guys. And actually, I don't want to block... Okay, I don't want to block my module in case I can do... Can I actually do EVAs? I don't even know if I can do EVAs yet. That's something you actually have to unlock. So... Actually, before I launch that, let's quickly pop over to the tech tree. That is not the tech tree. That is pretty though. Haven't even been in here yet since I started the game, hence the tutorial window that I just got rid of. So we're going to leave that building. We're going over to R&D. Because I have 160 points, and I want to see if there are actual science instruments. It's an EVA repair kit. Oh, right! Yeah, so the new tech tree has repair gear in it so that you can repair stuff while you're out there. And also modify your ship while you're out there. And it used to be that you needed some complicated mods for that, and you probably might for some of the stuff, but this is now stock that you can do this. So this is going to be kind of a bit of a blind playthrough for me with respect to some of this, some of these tech options. So that's going to be interesting. So this is an experimental control station. Coordinates controls both power and data from nearby deployed parts and coordinates sending back to Kerbal. I have it requires a deployed power unit to operate. Oh wow. All right, this is gonna be new stuff. You check a storage container, conformal storage unit, repair kit, and ladders. Okay. Miniaturization. Do we have any other EVA experiments kit? Oh, hello. Case full of devices useful for science experiments. I guess that's something one of our guys can take up with them when they go on EVAs. All right. Oh, so exciting. There's more stuff to do. Okay, so GOB Ed monitor. So What would happen if you left from the mystery goo sitting around in the weird radiation or atmosphere of some faraway planet? Please do not return to Kerbal ever. So this this enables you to radio science back. I like doing a lot of my science in person, but we are clearly going to have to experiment with some of these. Okay. Any other sciencey instruments that I'm not misremembering where they actually occur in here? Relay antennas, this is all communication stuff. Advanced electrics. Intelligent programmable controller can manage a number of parts across a vessel. I have no idea what any of this does. This is great. Cargo part that can be placed inside inventories. Okay. No idea what these are, but the batteries, I know what they are. Okay, let's, advanced exploration. EVA fuel cylinders. Right. Nice. Handily transfer fuels to your EVA jetpack with a childproof safety seal. Interesting. A cargo part. So cargo is starting to become a much bigger thing on these long-range journeys. I have no idea how that's going to work. I'm going to make so many mistakes. This is a light scanning arm. Managed to successfully adapt to technology. This light scanning arm is capable of independent work on distant planets, analyzing the geology and composition of rocks and other surface features with 2 different instruments. Okay. I'm specifically looking for sciencey stuff, though. MechJeb does have features up in this area here in advanced flight control. It's good to know. I'm not yet using MechJeb. These are all the landing strut stuff. So in electronics, where I start getting... Oh yeah, so this is a seismic accelerometer is one of the sciencey pieces in here. That opens up when I get further along. Grand Slam passive seismometer needs a deployed power unit. So this is the active one, which actually attaches to the outside ship. So there's a lot of stuff here that you can get to send like unmanned probes out there and gather science independently. That's kind of cool. It's actually really cool. Thermal control system, solar arrays. So fuel cell arrays, that's interesting. Ours has reliable power. Operates by converting fuel and or oxidizer into energy. Instead of having to run your engines, which is sort of the classic KSP way of doing it. Alright. Yeah, I think most of the sciencey stuff is down in this subsection here. But let me just explore a little bit more. My big thing is there a science thing that I can start taking with me now so that I can gather more science as I'm doing sort of this mission? So I can only open up these though, and these are 90, which would leave me brain is not functioning 70 additional. So up above that though, I don't know how much these would cost to get into. So slight strip is definitely not designed to add an glow to your rovers. It totally is. For professional purposes. We repeat, this light strip is not yet meant to bling out your rover. I totally disagree. High power electrics. Fuel cell. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything other than the seismometer. That's obviously it's probodobodyne. That's a MechJeb future ascent. So I want to get up into this area for that MechJeb part, or that MechJeb expansion. It is really cool, actually, that the guy who invented, or the people who invented MechJeb over the years, because I think several people have taken over the project, contributed anyway. Made it so that MechJeb itself has an expansion mod stitched into the tech tree. That means you can explore its features as if it were a real part, as if it were a stock part, rather than just opening up all the features all at once. I like that, especially in the career mode, because it makes it way less game breaking. Sentinel infrared telescope. Okay. That. Surface scanning module. So that gets me. Use on a planet or moon, the sample data gathered can be used to increase the accuracy of orbital survey scanners. The survey scanners, the images can be viewed in either flight or relative safety in the comfort back in the KSC. We should bring an antenna capable of transmitting. We're going to get lots of quests regarding that. Missions. Atmospheric fluid spectrovariometer. Some more sciencey stuff up in this area. Scanning tech. Advanced science tech. Wow. Okay. There's a lot of stuff to get to here. I want to aim for the seismometer, though, because that'll definitely get me some science. So that means I gotta go up this path somehow. Which way do I want to go? I'm totally delaying actually launching again. I don't know why. Precision engineering. This gets me a lot of strut-related stuff. I'm not too worried about the antennas because I'm going to do a lot of my sciencey exploration in person. These are all the batteries and solar panels. I want both those tracks. I want all this. High-power electrics. Cannot research technologies over 100 science at this level. That's probably true. Okay, so I can't get there from here. These are going to be battery packs and illuminators and at least one photovoltaic panel. This is going to be additional stack separators and miniature docking clamps. I think I want to do the EVA experiments kit. As well. So why don't we do this? It doesn't get me enough to get this one, and I can't unlock these guys anyway because I don't think I'm allowed. I cannot research technologies over 100 science because I have to upgrade. I believe I have to upgrade this. Yeah, and that's going to require 676,000, which I'm nowhere near. All right, that is as far as we can go. Let's actually get on with launching rockets. Huzzah! Oh, hello, Starlight Glimmer fan. Pleased to have you following me. Yeah. So, Kerbal Space Ponies is probably going to launch this craft right now. Oh, actually, you know what I did not do? Mission flag. There we go. There are definitely some Kerbal space, some pony-related flags that people have created over the years for flags' sake, and a lot of them got adapted to KSP, so that's fantastic. So I'm going to start with this, except I know that's going to be too heavy for a landing now. So the last thing I'm going to do before I launch is to go into utilities. Where are we here? That's electrical, cargo utilities at the very bottom. I'm going to add a radial mount parachute. A couple of them actually. Come on, how do I get into it? Thank you. It's been too long since I've used this interface. So we are going to add this. Two of them for symmetry. Make sure I don't block the door. I do not. And they can all deploy at once. And I'm not coming in so hot that I need a radial drogue. I don't need a drogue chute for this. Alright. So we're just going to relaunch this as we've done so here, because I'm pretty sure that this heaviness will actually impact how far up we can go. changing too many variables at once is going to become ridiculous. Okay. And up we go. And Dashy is looking good, perfectly happy to take this crazy ride. The additional weight hasn't done a huge amount of damage to our speed here, but it will have affected it somewhat. Getting up to... We need, obviously, for our apoapsis to get above the height that we are intending to do test at. But it's done that and then some. And we are now out of fuel, so that's fine. Doesn't really matter if I carry it along until I get to the... I don't need to worry about the dead weight, because I'm basically ballistic at this point. And it's not adding any real additional friction as far as I know. So, we need to get up to 48,000, and this speed is dropping. Is it going to drop enough? That is going to be tight. I don't think I'm going to make it. I think I still have too much thrust. We did get the right altitude. There we go, we got it. But I also don't want to go up any higher, so. Oh, hello. What is... oh yeah, this is only going to suborbital flight. Ferry of VH... so hang on. Why did we not get Levy's travel itinerary? Did we not get to an acceptable height? That is entirely possible, actually. Alright, hang on. We can always relaunch this. I just want to check the specs on that particular mission.
Oh,
So, active is, we have to get to, it just says suborbital. I guess that means I have to get above the atmosphere. It's been a while since, okay, so that's fine. So what that means is maybe I do want to actually apply my thruster straight up, but that's easy. We know this works. We know that I can get up to the right height, in fact, almost perfectly. And while we are in that upper stage, we can start doing more sciencey stuff. So here we go. Here we go. Rainbow Dash. Taking off again. Dashy looking pretty happy to be part of the Kerbal Space Ponies program here. They're easily hitting max Q on our way up. And then some, so we're wasting a lot of fuel pushing against friction, but that's alright. Makes for really easy to build. Spacecraft. So I'm gonna get up to about 50K above the surface. Let's monitor this again. Okay, we're getting pretty close. I'm actually going to do it here. So we're going to conduct a material study. Do we get any science out of that? Transmit, no science. Recovery 1. Yeah, all right. We'll do these. Let's review. Quick, where are my other science instruments? Log the pressure data, log the temperature data. Well, we're definitely above the atmosphere. I don't know why Libby's travel itinerary is not being tagged as complete. I guess maybe I have to land to trigger that. That's fine. Let's make sure that happens. I'm going to do another suborbital eventually. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go all the way up, come all the way back down, and so I gather all of my sciencey stuff from the same area. So crew report. Yeah, we're not getting any additional information from this. Get a crew report from you too. Oh, hang on. I know what we failed to do. We failed to have our actual... God, I'm such a fool. Revert flight. Revert to vehicle assembly, please. We forgot to actually pack on board this time around anyway. Our tourist. I'm such a noob. It's funny because I played this game so much. I've been playing it for years, and I still feel like I'm a noob when I forget stuff like that. Rookie mistake. Alright. That's why it wasn't playing. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Launch straight up. Learn to use these displays more here. I've been playing this so long without the help of... Oh, that is lovely. Passing through the upper cloud cover. It really is. I've been playing this so long without a lot of instrumentation that I keep forgetting there's piles of really interesting information in the 9 seconds of burn. Got 540 meters per second delta V available, and we're getting a little bit high up there. So let's, you know what? Let's actually go into space for this time before we collect science, because we didn't get a whole lot on the last one. So let's be a little smarter about this. There we go. We got suborbital spaceflight detected on. Okay, so that's fine. So conduct a material study. That's fine. Observe the mystery goo. That's also fine. We're getting lots of good science here, so keep that experiment. Log the temperature. Now we've got duplicates of a lot of these sensors, and that's fine because we won't get the same amount of science out of the duplicates when all is said and done. But we'll get some extra. Pressure data, crew report. Can we get you to do a crew report too? Apparently not. Is that not manned? I don't understand. How many? No, that's only Rainbow Dash, and this is Levy Kerman, but we don't have yet. We don't have, technically, I guess. It's odd that it says it's not manned. Clearly is, but whatever. Control point, control from here. A lot of this interface has changed very slightly. Now we all have inventory, so people can carry around stuff. That's gonna take a while to get used to. Can you actually do an EVA? The answer to that is no, because I can't just. I need an upgraded astronaut complex. That's why I can't do that. But I can take a look at it from Dashy's view. How wild is that? And we are still ascending. Oops, didn't do that. Alright, how do I, okay, actually, the next question is how do I actually end internal view? Because that's a thing. Escape isn't doing it. Sure what I did to that's internal view, but then I can switch views to it now. Okay, I gotcha. Alright, so we're all the way up. Let's come all the way back down, because now we've got to try to not die on the way back in. We're going to make an ocean landing. And actually, while we're doing this, let's actually close the doors, because that's making me nervous. Alright. Alright, so accelerating the time warp a little bit to get us a little further down, and that's where I'm going to stop that nonsense. No more physics warp. We're coming in reasonably hot. Hopefully we can. That's bad. That's really bad. And that's super bad because we're going to die right about where we're coming through the clouds, so this isn't the worst thing in the world, but our parachute. That has not ended well. So we're going to revert to vehicle assembly. So we've got a problem where we're pretty heavy and we can't slow down fast enough. So we have to rethink this. Can we add drogue chutes? Is that even going to help us? Maybe. And certainly it's one of our only real options here, so we're going to add a pair of drogue chutes to the top of this thing, just to keep it out of the way of the doors, just as a matter of habit. So we're going to save that, and we're going to relaunch, and we're going to see if that saves our bacon. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Up and up and up and up and up. Dashi being a real trooper now that she has been resurrected from save file doom. Alright. Oh, and I have not done my staging very well here, so we're gonna have to put this in here. And actually, that's not quite right, because why do I seem to have 3? Alright, I got several competing things for my attention here. Why does it seem like I have 3? I have... Oh, it's number 1 and number 2. It's not that they have 2 of them. Oh, they've numbered them. That's helpful. Oh, alright, so there we go. We have dispensed with our lower stage. It has been jettisoned. Let's get all the way into space, please, where we trigger our suborbital space flight is complete. Right. I've noticed on other people's playthroughs that one of the tricks they like to use is to put all of this sensor logging on a quick action key. I totally agree with that. That is something that we're really around to click on everything. Crew report. Keep the experiment. Can't do anything about you. Okay. Alright, so the thing is, we want to part of the problem here, I've triggered these, but they're really not going to open until some of our speed has been bled off, which may not be enough before we actually impact the ground again. So here's our new problem. We get up so high that we're kind of coming in too fast. There's a couple of things I can do to address this. We only really have to clear the edge of space. We do have to trigger our engine. We don't have to trigger it with actually that much fuel. And the higher up we go, the faster we come down when we hit atmospheric interface. So there's a couple of things that we can do to kind of address this. The simplest is to take the fuel out of this to next to nothing, so that all that we're really doing is sort of triggering. In fact, we might even be able to do it with nothing, and then just sort of coast up to the very edges of space. Yeah, let's try that. And actually, now that I come to think of it, what we can do is we can manage this so that even if we cross the boundary into space at a decent clip, we can manage this in a way that when we get up to the top, we can turn around and thrust downward like I was intending. We only have to trigger it at the right spot in order to be able to get the test to work. Okay. It's going to take some fiddling to get both of these to happen at the same time, but we're trying to be moderately efficient. Let's see what we can do. Because coming down from 150,000 whatever kilometers, we're just building up a huge amount of speed by the time we hit the atmosphere. See, this numbering scheme is a little weird to me. This says that there are two of them in there, but then when I click on it, it actually decomposes into its pieces, but then one of them is still marked 2. I do not like that. That's kind of ambiguous, and holy crap, I think I might have... Did I miss this? Oh, I totally missed this, and I'm such a noob. Right, so let's do that, and then it immediately cuts out, so that's interesting. But with that in mind... With only that little extra boost, do I actually get above the surface? Or above 70k? Yes, by quite a bit. So, okay, here's what we're going to do. Because we're going to have to revert this anyway. We're actually going to go on this on this stage here. We're going to actually have more fuel for a longer burn, but our thrust is going to be much, much lower. So that I have a chance to turn around. I'm just eyeballing this here, but let's try that. Let's fix this while we're here. Actually, just for giggles, let's actually jettison that part way up. So, and actually, what that means is that we can get turned around ahead of time. So we don't need to have the thrust limiter because we can actually turn around. Maybe we could have done that anyway. Alright. So that's only got 51 meters per second delta V. We don't need to cancel out 437 because I don't think we have that much by the time we get up there. So looking at the numbers here, if we cancel out 278 meters per second delta V when we're up there, I can't recall what it was when we were crossing that boundary, but it's going to be very close. Actually, we're triggering it. Now, we can work this out. We're triggering this when our speed is between 430 and 570, which we know we're going to be able to hit when we're in that zone. So we actually want to cancel out very nearly 450 meters per second delta V. And so what we can do is we can take a look at what we've got over... Interesting. The full tank should cancel out everything we have left at that point. Oh, but that's not true, is it? Because we need to be able to trigger that, but we still need to be able to get up to 70K in order to be able to, and we're actually stopping early, so I don't want to do that. So we're going to revert back to the vehicle assembly. So let's say we cancel out some of it, but not all of it. So, because we still need to carry, no, that's not the one, we want to leave that alone. It's this one, please. Really? Cody. Right, so we don't want to cancel out all of our speed, because then we're not going to get carried effectively upward to 70K. Because we have to cross that threshold in order to be able to get our passengers' requirements. All right, let's try this. Onward and upward. Hey Dashy, I'll try not to blow you up this time. And you, Levy, for that matter, because you're kind of paying the bills. If I can come in to the atmosphere more gently, I should be able to trigger the drogue chutes on that main chutes. That is really pretty. Look at that. That is just gorgeous. Alright, so now we can jettison that a little early, which is fine. We're climbing upward, so at this point I should be able to tilt myself upside down. So I'm pointed the right way when I want to apply the retro burn. And now we just coast upward. Problem is we don't have as much fuel. Our speed is way too fast. Like, we're not lifting enough. That's rough. Alright, but if I do this burn now, from 58K, how much delta V are we going to burn off just from the arc? Where does that get us to? That gets us to 67, so we burned off too much. But that doesn't matter, because we have to revert. Yeah, trying to do multiple missions at once, not always easy. Alright, so what we have to do, we have to cut this quite a bit down. In fact, I'm going to cut it down to its minimum, its minimum for the moment, because what we also have to do is actually take this out by a bit because we're going too fast when we get up there. So we're going to save that, we're going to launch, and we're going to see what that gives us. Onward and upward. Getting up above the atmosphere proper. We cannot quite tilt over yet. All right. So, see, we're at much lower speed as we're approaching this. This should be close. Might have actually pulled out too much fuel, but no, it should be okay. It's gonna get above. Oh, that's gonna be close, isn't it? But we did it, and we applied the retro burn, which got us down to about 380 meters per second just after the burn. But apoapsis is now not going to cut it. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to revert the flight. We know that we can push this a little harder. So let's save and launch. Because now these cycles are getting a little faster. We will find a sweet spot. There we go. Jettison the tank we don't need. We're ascending a bit faster. There we go. Set our SAS so that we're locked in a downward position. Monitor. I think we're going to overshoot this time, but we'll have to see. So drop down to 570. That's a big ask before 53,000. Yeah, it's not happening. Okay, but without applying any thrust downward at all, that is actually technically above apoapsis. So let's figure out how we can adjust this. We are going to take all of the fuel out of this. We just don't care. We just need to stage it. Is there a way for me to actually enter a value into here? Because I kind of want something between these two. Look at that. So it's between 656 and 738. So let's try 680. right then. 3, 2, 1, go. That chunk anymore. And you probably hear my alarm going off in the great distant background. I will do that after this launch. I'll quickly pop out and kill my cell phone's alarm. So we are approaching 48,000, and we are coming down in speed, so that's good. Where does this take us up to, though? Not high enough. All right, so here's the problem. Right, we need to go just a hair harder, and if we do that, we're going to get... All right, let's try... It doesn't take too long to make these adjustments, right? Now I could trigger it with a smaller booster and go higher, but then I'm adding weight. So what's the best way for me to handle this? All right, so if I give you a tiny chunk of extra fuel, that gives me a little leeway as to how I want to spend my delta V. By about 50 meters per second. I don't know what that's going to mean in terms of height. I'll have to find out. Let's just one variable at a time. Actually, let's only change one variable at a time. Because I don't need to come straight back down either. I could thrust sideways. Doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, and I was going to go fix my alarm. So I'm going to do that while we are doing the launch straight up. So lock my SAS on launch, and I'm going to go get the pencils. And I'm already on my way up. I can already see that. I got to start paying attention to the KSP window again. So let's get back to paying attention to the KSP window, or Dashi is going to be very, very unhappy with me. So we're going to unload on that because we don't need to take that with us. How are we doing height-wise? We actually have to go up in order to be able to... So our speed is good, our altitude's good, quite a little extra thrust, and did that get us over the limit? Yes, it did. There we go. This is actually as picture perfect as we're likely to get without something more clever like an extra booster on the way down to arrest our speed, a retro rocket. If we can't do it this way, we're going to have to redesign this craft. So let's just time warp up to the top because we don't want to wait around for that. But we should be able to prove that we can get our passenger right to the very edge of space And that's pretty good. Alright, so we're coming back down. Let's see if this enables a slightly less ridiculous re-entry. Now we're going to do surface landing. Let's get ourselves aligned perfectly with our trajectory. Well, as perfectly as we're going to be able to get, because... There we go. That should be pretty good. That's coming in as perfectly backwards relative to our surface motion as we can. Point being is hopefully that'll keep us aligned well enough to, and I forgot to do the science on the way up. That's unfortunate. But if this works, let's not worry about the science. Let's just, we'll do that on the next trip. All right. Let's accelerate this in time just a bit. Okay, so hang on. Get ourselves realigned. Oh, that was bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Okay, our speed is coming down. Is it going to come down fast enough for us to deploy drogue chute? Come on, come on. No, no, it's not. All right, so we're not going to be able to do this anyway. This has failed quite spectacularly. So, what we're going to have to do... How do I want to do this? Is there a way for me to do this that enables me to recover as much of this craft as possible? I'm trying to do so much in one ship here. Let's try adding a radial decoupler. Technically even need to have the decoupler because we can attach another couple of flea boosters right to the side of this thing to act as retro rockets on our way back down. Now that does mean we have more to lift. Alright, so let's work this out. We need to be able to fire those retro rockets before the drogue chutes to enable the drogue chutes to slow us down further. It kind of depends on how well these work. We may not need to do that, but those have about 617 meters per second delta V. We're coming in about 900, 800, 900 when we're falling down that far. All right, so we have to bump that up. Alright. This is getting more and more ridiculous. And that's the way I likes it. So... Actually, the problem is I may need to use the actual unit I'm supposed to test in order to give me the delta V to get a little higher, so I may have to do it. I'm probably going to have to do at least one more launch after this. Yeah, the very act of carrying around these extra boosters has nerfed my ability to do this in one go. All right, revert to vehicle assembly building. Let's find out how else we can do this. because I am completely bonkers, I'm just going to keep fettling with this until I have something that'll work. So those are going to launch at the same time as those. It gives us an initial speed boost to get us up and running. I am also going to make sure that just in case you have your maximum fuel, so let's find out what happens when I do this. I have too much. I have too heavy of a spacecraft. Isn't that always the way? Alright. Let's try that. There we go. Get that one going. Well, this will give us a much heavier initial boost, which hopefully will buy some extra speed at the top end. And one of the reasons why this might work, it won't, because I can already see I'm going to run out of Delta V long before I get up there. I wasn't wasting as much fuel fighting against the air friction, but it's still not enough. And I may not be able to do this in one go. Alright, well, you know, live and learn. Alright, throwing away that. Can't have both of those. I gotta be able to test this at the right speed, but I gotta be able to get high enough up. I mean, I can take out all of the science, because I'm not really doing that anyway. Without the retro rockets, though, that's still gonna be awfully heavy. Like I need like small rocket boosters attached to this thing just to be able to. Okay. Another way to do this would be this. Put another flea in here. I'm gonna lose one of the fleas. I have to have another decoupler. So now we've got that one as our final stage. So that's going to be our last engine. That one decouple. That one as part of the test. Get us up to the right height, and then on the downward swing, I use this as a retro rocket in order to be able to slow our descent at the right time. Alright, let's try this. I'm trying to recover as much of the ship as I can, but... this may require the extra boosters on the bottom end, because while this is, I think, going to get me above the 430 mark, it's not going to be able to hold it above the 430 mark long enough. Yeah, it doesn't have enough delta V, because I can't trigger this next one By the time we get up to 40,000, we've already lost the speed that we need. All right. So a couple of things we can do here. We can reduce this one just to reduce the mass. I don't think that's going to be enough. No, I'm going to do this the other way. I'm going to do this. Add in a pair of these like I was doing a second ago. That should give us the lift that we need. Get that extra boost at the bottom when I'm not fighting. When I'm not fighting air friction. Problem is these things are adding air friction during the later part of this burn. You see, we're really not much better off because of that. All right. Nope, not load game. Flight vehicle assembly. Well, this is proving to be a bit of a pain in the neck because I'm stubborn. All right. Can we do this? Is this even a thing? Do we have the weight leeway necessary to make this a thing? Nope, 18 tons, but we can possibly oh, that is brutal. Can we shave a little bit off of this fuel to get us down below the limit? Yes. But then we have almost nothing for a retro rocket burn. So let's take it all out of there and add it into here. This is ridiculous. Much thrust in the bottom, but that's okay because what we can then do is pair off the fuel during the initial stages just a little bit, maybe, and then add that to the upper tanks when I actually need it for re-entry. How are we doing here? Yeah, this isn't going to work either because this is only getting me up to 61,000. I don't have any in that middle tank. Yeah, that's not going to work. I'm not even going to... Alright. Can we upgrade the pad? Do we have enough to upgrade the pad? Because to some degree that would solve a lot of our problems. Oh, hello. Yes, we can. Actually, trivially so. And since we're going to want to do that anyway. And the next level is way out of our price range. But the point is, that's no longer a limiting factor for us. Okay, new roles. Alright, given that, let's find out what happens when we put proper decouplers on here. So that when we are partway up, we can actually unload this, which gets rid of mass. We're not pushing our dead weight. And we don't have the frictional component from those side boosters, slowing us down. Now, of course, you might be asking, is this worth it in order to do this all at once? Because the advantage in doing more than one mission at once is so that you get more money and prestige out of a single launch. Is the extra cost worth it? Because you're throwing away more pieces, and it's more complicated rock in the first place. You have to pay for those pieces. The answer is probably not. I'm just being stubborn. That has made all the difference. In fact, now I have too much speed again. I have way too much speed. Alright, but that's actually a good thing. So revert to vehicle assembly. Alright, so now that that's no longer a problem, let's... see what happens when we drop these back to the flea boosters. Nope, we got the staging wrong. Alright, so we're doing that, and then we're doing that, and that's fine. I don't have the sciencey instruments, which I could re-add back in if this proves to... have enough thrust. Well, let's just find out where this gets us. That gets us up to about 300, nearly 300 and change. Yeah, look at this. We're way above, and we're still thrusting with our lower. Good grief. But here's the interest. So addressing that issue, though. All right. So let's. All right. Let's go and add our sciencey stuff back in, because we can do this. I think we're gonna do this. It does add a lot of weight. We're going to add that, and that, and that. So that's a fair bit of mass that we're adding, but... experiment storage kit helps Kerbal bring their valuable science to Kerbal while avoiding the hazards of re-entry, rough landings, and Chet's piloting skills. That's not a bad way to go. I should probably start using those more often. But in any case, let's try this. Let's do a launch and find out how high up we get with this configuration. It's interesting how the minute I added the separators, so I'm not hauling up dead weight, and I'm not suffering from extra friction, how much of a massive difference that made. Alright, so we got up to about 310 meters per second with those smaller boosters before. And we lost about, I just saw that, we lost about 10 meters per second, maybe 8 meters per second by the time we got up to that point. So this wasn't a lot of mass added. Let's see what happens as we do this next section. Closer than I would have thought. No, it's not. No, it's not. We're just going ridiculously fast now. So revert to vehicle assembly. So yeah, the upgrade of the launch pad giving us the leeway to do it, getting a little bit more clever with how we sorted this stuff out. Because where are we? Are we below 18? That was the limit before. Oh, we could have done it before. Well, whatever. We upgraded the launch pad. I'm okay with that. The friction was the issue in this case. But, okay, so we are going to stick with having the heavy initial boost. We are going to reduce the solid fuel on this down to start with 656 and see where we get. Actually, no, we're gonna actually leave that a little bit higher, but we are going to put in the second section here, we're going to do nothing because we're just going to activate the thing. But in this top one, I want to have as much fuel as we can because that's going to be used as slower descent. So save, launch, let's do the thing. So I probably could have done this before upgrading the launch pad if I'd been a bit smarter about this and just done the decouplers because, yeah. Here's a word to the wise for all you Kerbal Space Program enthusiasts. Dead weight is not something you want to haul into orbit if you're on a budget of, mass, fuel, money. We're doing for apoapsis. We are at 40,000. A little further up. We need to be at about 900 meters per second. We're getting pretty close. Wow, that actually did quite nicely. It's a little higher than I wanted, and we can pare that down if the retro rockets don't work. But now that we have a workable retro rocket solution, I think, that we can deploy on our way down, it doesn't matter if I go above the atmosphere that high. So okay. Yeah, this will be fine. I think we finally cracked this nut. I should have gotten that a while ago. That's all right, my fellow Kerbal Space Program enthusiasts. So now I'm above. Slow down the time warp. Oh, and I could have guessed that a while ago. Oh, and I forgot to revert flight, reverse to vehicle. No, I don't need to revert to vehicle assembly, but we're going to do another launch because I totally forgot to monitor whether or not I was at the right speed on the way up. That was part of the point. Moron. That's one of the constraints we have. Alright, let's try this again. Let's monitor it this time. Because really, we have to make this work, and then we have to tune everything around that. So, passing through the relevant speed to the other side. I think we're going too fast. Yeah, by quite a bit. Yeah, okay. So that's fine, actually, because revert vehicle assembly, we can actually go to the next notch down on this, and we'll just start by doing the notches. Because if we're just a hair under, we can top it up by using that our actual test engine. To give us a little bit of an extra boost. We'll find the right balance. We're getting closer. We are getting closer because we can now carry that retro rocket. So, we don't have the necessary... We're going to have to add a little bit. So, okay. So, revert flight, revert to vehicle assembly. Now, we can't just add fuel to the upper stage because then we'll be pushing it too weakly with the lower stage. So, we're going to go back to typing in 680 here. And we should be able to do it with this. So let's just relaunch. Let's just tweak that number until we're at the sweet spot. Then we will see whether or not that can still carry us past the 70K mark. Gotta monitor this though. See if we can't speed this up just a hair. Did that get us up high enough? No. But how are we in terms of... All right, so we are in the sweet spot, but we're going the right speed all the way through. That's interesting. Okay. Revert. Okay. If we add a little bit of solid fuel to you, that's going to give us an extra, say, 100 meters per second. But that may have made us too heavy again. So we'll then just nudge the thrust on, or the fuel capacity on the lower stages a hair. Whoops. Suppose I could have just reverted to the launch pad, but whatever. That actually damaged my launch pad. I suppose we'll find out after we manage to complete the mission, right? All right. That should have gotten us up and above, yes? Oh no, look at that, look at that. It did not. It did not. Again, we just traded upper stage for lower stage, so it didn't actually buy us anything. Alright. Alright, so that's a new thing. We're going to have to give a little extra oomph. Hopefully this doesn't hose us on our target at that intermediate stage. that get us up higher? Yes, it did. It got us up quite a bit higher, so that's fine. All right, so let's... this may actually be the one that does it for us. Let's just get up above 70. All right, so here we go, and now that we're here, let's conduct the material study. Yes, please, and then close the doors. We're going to observe you. Yep, we're going to observe you. Yep, we're going to observe you. Yep. Observe you. I'm definitely going to start looking at all of the new sciencey stuff that does all the automated science. Anyway, we're coming back down. So, yeah, let's go to this and try to get ourselves aligned. Actually, we can get rid of that lower stage. Alright. So here we are, we're coming down into the atmosphere. Now, we know that we have about 515 meters per second delta V, so anytime that we are above that, that's going to be the case pretty quick. As we come down, I should be able to fire the retro rockets, but I do want to be further down in the atmosphere before I trigger that. But, whoa, my god. Whoa, whoa. That was really not good. Let's not have time warp acceleration because it is nigh unsteerable when I do that. Alright. Alright, so here we go. Here we go. Firing the retros. Bleeds off a lot of that speed. Now, the drogue chutes slow us down to the point that it keeps the other. Now, I probably didn't need the drogue chutes because I slowed down so much, but I feel more comfortable having them. Especially because what that now means is that we're 9,000 meters above level, so I can actually deploy the chutes, the primary chutes, a little lower than I normally would because those drogue chutes are helping keep everything under control. So I'm down to about 2,000. Oh, and they're slowing it even further. Look at that. Yeah, because those drogue chutes are actually meant. So now that we're down to 1,000, those drogue chutes can slow down much heavier craft. So there we go. We're now down and safe at this point, and we got both of the missions. That was easily like an hour of me screwing around trying to do 2 missions at once. But that's kind of what I like doing. I like trying to find the way to thread the needle between several missions. Rainbow Dash has done a fantastic job for us on this. I am feeling super happy about that, and I bet she is too. Just getting ourselves down to about 25 meters or so, right about here. We're going to slow all the way down from the physics time warp and just coast in happily the rest of the way. Oh, we're going to tip over, are we? Is that a thing? Yes, but we didn't fall over hard enough to damage any of the equipment. So at this point, we're going to recover the vessel. Let's see what we got out of that. So we got some good science out of that. We got 2 missions done. That might not unlock a major chunk of the tech tree, but check this out. 125 science. That was fantastic. Yeah, so we got, like, for example, like I doubled up on a lot of the observations. So we got 9 science for the mystery goo for the first one and 2.1 science for the second. The temperature scan, we got 7.2 for the first, but none for the second. Atmospheric pressure, 10 and 0, that's fine. Material study was pretty good. So we are going to start running out of things we can do science-wise. Yeah, check that out. Total reputation 94. We got a small chunk of change from that, enough to, I think, justify the cost of the mission. Let's go to mission control and find out what else we can do here. See if we can be a little bit less ridiculous about this. So this is going to be at the right speed before we trigger this heat shield. So that might take a little bit of fiddling. Very two tourists there and backs again, suborbital space flights. Again, good for the cash. We could probably couple this one again. You know, it was ridiculous the first time I did it. It's no less ridiculous this time. I don't really want to do escape trajectory missions until I'm ready to actually take on doing that kind of thing. Going to other planets and like, or at least to Moon, right? Mun. Test the Thud liquid fuel engine on a suborbital trajectory. So this requires me to be way the hell high up. All right. We can now do these sorts of things because we can actually get up that high now. But hang on, before we do that, is there a way to... What does it take in order for me to upgrade mission control? We could actually do that. And what that would give me is the ability to have more active contracts, which means that if I have 7 of them active and 3 of them happen to align, that's great. You'd think that that would make my life worse. I still kind of want to build... Let's find out what we can do in the... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Save now, save often. So we're going to save the game and actually, hang on. I hate that I have to do this, but hit the load button to find out what I was at. I was at 005. So I'm going to save this as actually... Hang on. How did I mark these down? Number mission tag. So... I'm going to save the game as 005B, and the reason I'm doing that is because I want to actually use these numbers to mark my recorded streams. So this is going to be the 005-006 run, and when I end this finally, I'll just call it 006. So, passengers and parts. So, there we go. Research and development. Can we get more rocket parts to make our lives a little easier? Possibly. I still can't research technologies over 100 science at this level. I don't know what's restricting me there, but that's okay. What can we do? We can actually get MechJeb for... that's the base level MechJeb, and it also gives us control surfaces for ascent, which is not the world's worst idea ever either. Particularly the reaction wheel as well. So I think I'm going to research that. That gives me access to a few things. I can't get access to, I can't afford the technology cost. I need 90. I don't have enough. Okay. Landing would give me more heat shields, but I can put that off for the moment. Advanced flight control gives me better inline stabilizers, maneuver and translatron stuff for... So that gives me, unlocks the following MechJeb windows. Maneuver planner, translatron, warp helper. So these are all things that make the maneuver nodes easier. That's fine. It also has it has the maneuvering thruster blocks. That's okay, that's good. I'm gonna bypass aviation. I'm not really big on the aviation tree by and large. Now what can we do here? Struts are good, decouplers are good. That could give me 45, which would leave me 35 left, which doesn't enable me to get into, say, advanced rocketry. This gives me more fuel tanks and parts that may enable me to get further out into space. That's a tricky one. Oh, a flag that can be attached to other tanks. Show pride in the mission. Here's a different mission flag. I actually like that. There's some stuff that's been added. This is tickling me pink. I did not think I would see as many. Oh, hello, whoever's just joined my viewers very briefly. Hey, say hi in the chat room if you like. No obligations. I love the fact that they've added a few things that I am unfamiliar with. It's going to make this even crazier than I thought it was going to be. I'm kind of grinning like an idiot right now. So, the trick is, do I want to go with bigger engines? Or do I want to go with the ability to bolt more of them together semi-safely with better decouplers? I think I'm going to, for the moment, go with general construction and then go to the advanced rocketry as the next thing that I unlock. So let's try that. Oh, can I? No, I don't have enough, do I? No. Why is this button even letting me do this? No, not enough science to research this. No. Alright. That's fine. My stalwart viewer has run away. That's okay. I don't get a lot of viewers on this channel, but that'll happen over time, and when I have a more sane schedule. So now actually we have to go check out our quests. So our mission log. So do I want to upgrade this to get more active contracts? It might enable me to accomplish more things at once, maybe. A lot of money, though. What I actually want, though, now that I think about it, is the administration building. What have I got going on here? Active strategy 0, max 1. Here's the thing. It's going to be harder for me to get more science without explicitly going to other biomes in order to be able to collect that science. But what I can do, it's a little expensive, but it might be the right time to start this, is to go into the science section and go outsourced R&D, which gives me money that I take in and just generates science for me. It's a slow way of getting science, but it's a pretty good one, and I can upgrade this to at least as far as 1 science for each 12,209 funds. If I could get it up to the 60% mark, it's not a lot of savings on the funds side of things, and it takes a lot of funds out. But that's the additional thing, right? So this one, I don't know why they bother with this number going down all that much. This is the one that's kind of important. If I commit 60% of my science funds income, then I don't make a lot of money, but I get a boatload of science out of it, because that's basically at least double. But check the setup costs. So this administration facility cannot handle more than 25% commission on any strategy at this level. So I would have to go 25%. It would eat up almost all of my funds, and it would take a while to get the funds back. But I get a pile of science just out of doing the funds. The problem is this is never going to come back to me. And I only want to do the setup cost once, and it is more expensive to do the 60%, but then I'm not spending the initial amount. So there's trade-offs to consider here. Plus, I would have to upgrade the R&D facility, or upgrade the administration facility to take advantage of this. All right, but there's another thing I can do. I can sell off prestige for funds, so I can get funds that way while I'm getting prestige. How much does this take to upgrade? That also takes a lot of funds. Money. But I get max strategies 3, and I can go higher on the commitment. Yeah. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go into here. We're going to go into here, thank you. We are going to generate more capital. How do we do that? Fundraising campaign. Takes 5% of the reputation gains, yields this amount of funds for each 1 unit of reputation. If we push that all the way up to 25, then for each 1 unit of reputation, so the setup cost is 21. I don't even know what my current level of reputation is, but this may be worth doing because the setup cost is only in terms of reputation and not money, and that generates us capital. And we're going to get more prestige as time goes on anyway, because we're going to be doing a lot of missions. So I don't mind doing this again to get it up higher than this later on. That seems like a low cost for getting actually quite a bit of funds out of it. So we're going to set that up. Can't be modified once activated. Oh, what the hell? So I can cancel the strategy and reset it up. I just can't modify it. I should be able to show that actually if I were to save this and cancel this. And I'm pretty sure that's the way it works. That's going to generate some more capital. Patents licensing. That takes 5% science gains from contracts and turns it into funds. That's not the way I want to go because that's going the wrong direction for me. I want more science, not less. What about recovery transponder set? So recovering parts landed far away from the space center can be very costly, but I reckon we can reduce these costs by installing better transponders on the parts we launch. These units are not cheap, but they should make a much easier to find parts, improving the recovery value, even if they're halfway around Kerbal. That's not a bad way to go. What's the setup cost? It's quite enormous. We're not going to make that back soon. Because so I mean, the maximum we could possibly recover is an additional plus 15% to minimum, minus 10% to maximum vessel recovery. Interesting. I can't add any more of these anyway, so we're just going to leave the facility. But that's going to generate me a little bit more capital, and I'm going to spend that into upgrading the administration building, amongst other things. So I think that's the way I'm going to go with that. So, mission control. Let's start to figure this out again. We're going to go... This is good for funds. And a little bit of reputation. We're not going to test the jet engine because I'm not doing avionics. At least not right now. Test heat shield and flight over Kerbal. I have to come in hot. That's not super compatible with having a really like a heavy tourist thing. So actually, you know what? Let's sort this out. So that's going to be completion of about $6,000. Some of these, the completion is quite a bit higher. So let's leave the tourists out of this one. Let's see what else we can do here. Suborbital trajectory, we want to test out with that engine, which means we have to lift it up that far. But then if we test that, can we test the heat shield coming back again? Yes, but we may have to fire retro rockets at some point to help us achieve this. Because we have to be at an altitude of, say, 36,000 meters, 36 kilometers, but be moving at a pretty good clip. This is a solid fuel booster over Kerbal. Altitude is 5,000 to 11,000, so better done on the way up than on the way down, maybe. Although we could use that as a actually we could use that as a retro booster. Actually, so check this out. But that only gets us actually that gets us 23,000. It's not super high prestige, but it's actually pretty good money. So here's what we're gonna do. We're actually gonna do the tourists, and we're gonna do this one and use it as a retro rocket, just like we just did now. So let's try that. That one is at 5,000 to 11,000 feet. Except that we already have to be going slow enough for that to make any sense. Alright. Thud liquid fuel engine on a suborbital trajectory. This is way up there. Actually, that's up there near where the tourists want to go. Because my active touristy thing says that they want to get up to... They just want suborbital. That is suborbital. What the heck? Let's do this one. Alright. Now that we've hummed and hawed, we're going to go back into here, and let's see if we can just sort of revamp this. So we're going to call this Thorax 2. So save that. Now we've got 2 tourists to add to this mix. So we're going to just add another one of you. Crew and make sure that Dashy's in there, and we're gonna go with tourist and tourist. So that's sorted out. Back to parts. Now we have to get way up there, and the thing that we have to be able to do is get a Thud liquid fuel engine way the hell out there. So let's check out what this looks like. The Thud is that guy. Okay. So what we're going to do, actually, is we are going to pull out this guy. Now, this was our retro rocket, but now what we need is we need liquid fuel, which we're going to add in here. Add a couple of those in here. Add a couple of these for symmetry. That gives us 879 meters per second delta V. Some of which we're going to use as we re-enter, so that's fine. We are going to keep our science if we can, because we might be able to gather a little extra while we're out there on at least some of these units. We are going to want a decoupler at this stage. So what have we got here? We've got now, where are these engines? They're way up there, so that, and there's this and this, and this stage actually we can get rid of as well, because this one was only really meant as a like on our way up to give us the extra boost to get us past 70k, which we don't need anymore. So we are now going to crank up that. That one's already cranked. And now we got to figure out if we just need to add like extra boost on the lower levels, because we're just going to get way the heck out there. Now, what speed do we have to get be moving? We only need to get suborbital and at a certain altitude. Speed doesn't matter when we test that. So we can be rocketing through that, and as long as we manage to achieve this, we're fine. Alright, so we're going to start here. Thorax 2. Every pony is ready, and let's just do a launch. Now, I don't know if this will make it, but it's got less stuff on it than the last one. It's using all the thrust of the rockets that we have. We were getting up pretty close through the up above 70k, quite a bit above 70k with one of these configurations. If this doesn't work, what I can do is I can add the bigger solid boosters on the bottom, which will get us going quite a bit more quickly. This might not do it, but it won't be for lack of trying. No, it's not going to. It's not going to make it about 900 meters per second. It's not even going to get that far. So that's not going to make it. So we need bigger boosters, and I can prove that because there. So we're not making it. That's fine. We kind of suspected that would happen. And the bigger problem, the biggest reason why that occurred actually is because we have the extra crew caps on. Those things are flipping heavy. But we can add a cheap solid booster on the bottom. Go. Save the thorax to launch. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. That's utter failure because I did not have any staging right. Let's try that again. These guys had to fire at the same time as these guys, then we drop them away. Save, launch. Right, 3, 2, 1, go. There we go, that's better. Okay, like nearly 3G, over 3G. On our way up. This isn't going to quite do it either. It's going to be better, but yeah, the liquid fuel is probably hosing us. That burnt longer though. Yeah, only 52. Alright, revert flight. We are going to really seriously beef up this lower stage, so the upper stage doesn't have much work to do. So, level 4. Grab this off of here. We gonna go. This might do it. How far did we get? No, we did not. Okay, that's fine. We are trying to haul these passengers way further than they strictly need to. All right. Well, we have the ability to have heavier rockets, so onward and upward. Oh, no more than 30 parts. You swah. All right. We do not have the money to upgrade the VAB, I don't think. Let's double check that, because that might be a worthwhile investment if we're starting to do this kind of crazy crap. So no, we don't have enough. It's not as far out as I would have thought from being able to do that. But what that means is hauling everyone up all the way to that destination is going to be a little bit tough. Not impossible, just maybe a little bit tough. So we're gonna get rid of the sciencey stuff. We can do that on something that doesn't take us out quite as far. We're over by 30 parts. Oh, we're right at 30 parts now. All right, let's do that then. See where we get to. So at this point, the kind of design we have here is where we use those backup boosters, the side boosters, the extra boosters, whatever you want. The very first stage to punch it as hard as we can, and then the remaining solid fuel burns out basically just at the speed. Largely just at speed. Build up a little speed because we are starting to clear the atmosphere at that point. Sadly, I mean, we did get above, but we didn't get far enough out to be able to test the other engine, and we have to be able to trigger it by way of the staging, so we can't activate it ahead of time. Okay, so what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to peel that off. Wait, what I wanted to do? Let's try that again. We're gonna want to peel that off with its coupler. We're going to peel these off. We're going to go to these guys. Come on. Thank you. So drop down into here. This then lets go, except we kind of actually don't need those couplers anymore because we can just do this. This will save us a little bit on mass, but mostly on parts cost. So these are all going to burn out at the same time. And actually, you know what? As far as that goes, why don't we start there and see what happens? So that's going to go, and that should also be in there. And then this is going to release all of them. So. Yeah. These tourists are getting way more bang for their buck. This is not efficient from a tourism point of view. Did have, 1,500 whatever meters per second delta V, but a lot of this is getting burned away by both gravity and friction. Although this is looking really good. It's not going to make it though, is it? No, I need to go even further. Okay, so revert flight, revert to vehicle assembly. Okay, so we're going to get a little bit more sophisticated here. What we're going to do, I mean, sophisticated given that we're using solid fuel boosters. We're going to use the couplers. We're going to stack on a set of these guys to get everything going. Badly. So that'll help give us the extra oomph that we need. But once we're up there, we're actually going to have the same amount of fuel, but we're going to limit ourselves to, let's say, 80% thrust on on all of this because we want them all to die out at the same time. Really? Alright. 80% thrust. And hopefully, the fact that we've lost a little bit of initial thrust on the ground is compensated for these guys, but then these guys burn quite a bit longer during the period at which they're fighting against mostly friction. So this is a gamble. I'm just going to take a guess that this is going to work. So let's try this. This is a lot of thrust. Should make it more efficient at the top end. We should, provided that those smaller boosters can compensate for the lack of thrust at the start. Basically set at, which means that more of it should be going into lifting and less of it into fighting against friction. So with some luck, come on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That worked out okay. So we'll get the suborbital thing okay. The question is, can we get out to this? And we should be able to 150? Yeah. So between 150 and 160, we should be able to... Yeah, alright, hang on. Tested it. Now we have to be able to get back home, obviously. So that's the next thing. And so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna let this come up and then back down again. And we hit the interface with the atmosphere, and we're already going ridiculously fast. So we actually have to thrust right away. Problem. I may need more fuel for that re-entry portion of this because we've got a new problem now. We're picking up speed rather than bleeding it off because we're not in the thicker part of the atmosphere. We're in the same problem. Oh, hello, hello. 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 We weren't going too fast at the point at which those drogue chutes could deploy, and now it's starting to slow us down. We are actually in good shape here. Oh, Kalu, Kale, Freb, just joy, and all of that. I kind of didn't expect that. Was unfortunate. But I only broke off a fuel tank, and I don't seem to have broken off anything else, and everybody else survived, so I'm going to call that good. Sorry, I didn't realize I was well above... sorry, I was measuring from sea level instead of, obviously, from ground. So Recover the vessel. That was a successful flight. As far as I'm concerned, it was a bit of a rough landing. I'm not going to lie. Dashi was pushing her re-entry just a little on the... Yeah. Alright. Yeah. So, what did we get money-wise? Oh, check that out. We're actually making good bank at this point. Alright. We got piles of reputation, right? So eventually we're going to capitalize on that monetarily, but that'll have to happen later. Everybody's ready for the next assignment. What can we do at Mission Control? Let's get a thing going here. So we need, at this point, we need to do a bunch of these things just to get our money up. I think that's kind of the critical thing. 3 tourists. It's worth just trying to get to suborbital. Great for prestige, which we can bank on later. Not so necessarily so great on funds, but that's alright. So, what can we do here? We want to haul... the hammer fuel booster into flight above Kerbal. We only have to haul it. We have to get to a certain height and a certain speed. Those should all be doable. It's worth okay coin. What can we do that's worth more coin? The heat shield one, or tested the basic jet engine. Or we go completely escape trajectory. Kinda don't want to do that. Not yet. Test the Thumper solid fuel booster in flight over Kerbal. Let's do the hauling, because this doesn't require me to test it on the way up, and it's worth... Okay, completion is about 16,000 plus a 6,000. Yeah, it is actually better to do the testing here. So Thumper solid fuel booster, altitude. We could probably do this. With some creative design. So let's try this. What do I want to do? I kind of want to upgrade the administration building so that I can get the other strategy. It's going to burn up a lot of cash, though. I don't have enough science to be that useful in here yet, so that's just going to have to wait. Okay. All right. Stream appears to be still going solid. Excellent. Alright, so we have 3 people to take up with us this time, so this is going to get even more completely ridiculous. Let's pop in another one of these. So what we really need is the 3-person crew capsule, but we don't have that yet, so... We also have to test the Thumper solid fuel booster at the right height. And the Thumper is this guy. That's going to be interesting. How do we want to handle this then? Because we already have to be at 5,000 to 11,000 meters at a decent speed before we even trigger it. Well, we can kind of do that by doing this. So we're going to peel that off. We are going to do this by an extra stage using a decoupler. Okay, here we go. Like that. We're then going to attach one of these to here. That's going to require slightly different staging, so those 4 and those 4 light, and then we separate off that early, then we separate off that, but somewhere along the way we have to activate this guy. So what we're going to do is I'm betting that that's going to happen after I punch these guys out, but before this one. So I'm going to actually stick this staging in here. Then I'm going to have that one. Liquid fuel needs to be in its own stage. And we're going to have to fiddle with this quite considerably, I think. But let's start here. That's going to become a new problem. That is going to become a new problem. How far over are we on parts? Just one part. Okay, we don't need... Okay, we don't need actually all of this. We can make do with just one of you giving us 850 meters per second delta V as we're getting into the thick of landing. And we can do that and that. And so that means we're going to put you in here. That gets our part down to 28. This may not work, but let's find out. We're going to run up against that parts limit pretty quickly. But we're making good bank, so it might be worth... I can either upgrade that, or I can get enough tech in order to be able to get some of the more advanced engines that... I don't know. I don't know what the right answer here is. Let's try this out. All right, so we need to ignore these guys because they'll happen hopefully when we get up there. We need to get up to 5,000 meters, but at a decent speed before we even trigger that stage. So here we go. By complete blind luck. All right. I don't even actually have to make it out to 150 some odd whatever, so this might actually be quite a bit of overkill. In fact, I know it's going to be a lot of overkill. Now that I come to think of it, because I can drop those off, and I've still got fuel. Still got thrust coming from this other rocket, and this is taking me. This is gonna take me into escape velocity. So this is actually way overkill. So let's rework this a little. Okay. What can we do? We do with only 2 of these. We still do have to achieve that first achievement, so I don't know what this is going to do, but... We just don't need that really long upper stage burn. last leg of the journey. But it's also going to be at a point where we have less friction. So this is still going to be way overpowered because we're already way out there. Wow, that's kind of nuts. But this does have to be the central. Okay, so let's figure this out here. Revert to vehicle assembly. Everything about this is good, but we don't need this to have nearly as long a burn time or to be efficient or etc. 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 So we're going to cut that like in half. Now that's going to make the lower stages more efficient. Or sorry, it's going to make the lower stages not have to lift as much. So that's going to change the profile getting up to that first section. But I think we should still be good, so let's give this a go. We didn't add a crew. Revert flight. Revert to vehicle assembly. So that's a thing. Tourist. Okay, you guys are all good. What I really should do is spend some time on a pure science mission that involves the actual scientist in our group. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Every pony here. We're all good and all friends. Way too high. How did that happen? Kind of curious. Guess not. Why don't we... I don't know. Let's try that. I don't know why that didn't... Maybe I did not click on what I thought I clicked on, but that's alright. Three, two, one, go. Faster than I need to be going. And the only reason I'm concerned is it's not too far away though. The big reason I'm concerned, of course, is on re-entry. I have to be real careful of coming in too hot. So we've got 534 meters per second. Let's do that here. Got the drogue chutes deployed. They managed to come out in time, which should slow us down. Let's actually, on purpose, get this down to being above ground. Down using the physics warp to save ourselves a little bit of time in game, and as we get closer to the ground, shoots. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and touchdown. Can we just balance, please? Balancing would be nice. That'll do. Cover the vessel. There we go. How are we doing? How are we doing? So our science is slowly creeping up because of... Actually, we haven't gotten the science thing established yet, do we? We had prestige being turned into money. We do not have the science thing established yet, but we're 471,000 and change. And what do we need in order to make that happen? Well, okay, first of all, we need to upgrade this, so that's a thing. Right. It's going to be... what do I want to do here? What is the best way to get through, to thread this? I could go money heavy or science heavy. I need like $1 million is what I kind of need to get all the upgrades that I want. I have 48.3 tech. Oh, some of these are actually the 40, 45. Okay, this is a thing. So these would enable me to get access to the larger fuel tank, which means I need to spend less on fuel tanks. And that's really it. I guess so this tier of tech I can get. This tier I can't. But what do these give me if I get up to 90? Advanced flight control gives me more mech jet features, the advanced inline stabilizer, which could be helpful. The Mark II command pod is a twin-seater, which would actually reduce the mass it takes me to get the tourists into orbit. Advanced construction fuel systems. But this all requires 90, right? Like, I want to get into this because this would enable me to do more stuff with fewer parts. Heavy rocketry, too, for that matter. Let's see what we can do with the parts that we currently have, because we're doing okay. Ferry 3 tourists safely to the destination and back. This is suborbital flight again, so that's pretty good. What can we do with that? We can haul this into orbit. We have to be at a certain height at a certain speed, which may not be compatible with... Like, I could get up to here at these kind of lower speeds, but I'd probably need to do a booster to get higher, to get these guys into suborbital flight. Alright, let's see if we can do this. We're going to do this, and we're going to do ferry 3 tourists. It's crazy, but we've been doing okay with that kind of design so far. Alright, so we've already got, we're going to call this thorax 3 because we're going to have to fettle this for a little bit for the hammer engine. Which one's the hammer? It's this guy. Okay, so that's not terrible. It means we have to carry one of those up to a certain degree, and then we can use it. But we are also going to need one for our way back down. So what we're going to have to do is take extra decoupler here, and extra hammer here, and this is the one we're carrying up. But we can use that to then boost into orbit. Like, we leave that at full fuel capacity, so that's okay. Right. Do I have 2 decouplers there? Have I done something really dumb here? Yes, I have. Alright. You go there. You go there. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then you go here. But what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to tune these other stages to figure out how fast we're going, how high up. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to everything. So this, so these 2 launch, then this launches, and then this launches. So we're going to put this back down into this category here. We're going to have this. I'm just spitballing something here, but I'm going to set this to 50. I'm going to set this also to 50, just to see what happens. But then this one also has to have the solid fuel all the way up, because these do. So these 3 will all finish off at once, which means I could get rid of this part, but I'm not going to for the moment. Maybe I do. Let's pull this out. Let's pull this out. Let's attach those onto there. Right. Save. Let's populate the crew. So we've remembered to do that. So at the 3-hour mark, I think I'm going to take a break, which means that I'm going to close down the stream and I will do something. I might come back to this. I might do something else. I'm not sure. But I got a few things I want to do at the 3-hour mark, and so that seems a natural place to stop it. So let's see if we can get this done before we give that up. So here we go. And we have not got the staging right, so we're going to revert. We're going to save, and we're going to launch. Okay, so here we go, and carrying more stuff up here, so that could be a problem. Let's see how this plays out. So we've actually got a little bit too much thrust, because we are going to be crossing the 48,000 meter threshold long before our speed falls low enough by about 300 meters per second. All right, so revert the flight. So let's take that and drop us down to so what are we at here? So we are at 540. So that's lost about 300 meters per second. I think we're at 50 there and 50 there. So let's see what that looks like. I probably peeled away a little too much because some of that delta V is just lost to fighting gravity. Some of it's gained back, though, by the fact that I'm pushing this mass. See how this works out. Just drop down to 350. This might be, I might have done this a little bit too much. Yep, I have. We get down to 190 before it's a problem. No, we're gonna fall, yeah, we're gonna miss the mark by just a bit. All right, no, but that's good, right? Because we've found out that we need to be just a bit higher on our thrust levels, or sorry, our fuel levels. So we're going to go from 50 to, let's say, 60. So we're going to save that and launch. With any luck, after like unloading all of that dead weight, that the one that we're testing is going to push us right off into orbit. Decouple. Hopefully slightly better marriage here between the speed and the altitude. I think we're going to be in a good butter zone here. Good speed. We're not quite at the 4,800 mark though. Come on, get there before we drop to 190. No, we missed it again. All right, but by less this time, so that's fine. We bump it up by another 10%, and we should be probably pretty good to go. I don't think it's because I didn't jettison things soon enough, because at that point air friction is kind of pointless and I'm not thrusting, so I'm not having to push mass. But oh hey, 32RQ. I am just playing a career mode, as it turns out, by and large. I haven't been playing. I have been playing KSP forever, but I haven't been playing it in a little while. So there's at least some stuff that's new, and I just felt like it. So my objective, actually, in terms of missions, is I've got 3 passengers. I'm trying to get to suborbital flight, but I'm also trying to test it's a Hammer solid booster engine at a particular altitude and speed. So I'm trying to do both at the same time. So I'm like trying to do combo missions. There we go, and I'm gonna go with that. Right, so hopefully that slight tweak to our first and second stage, well, the second stage technically, fuel levels will enable us to get to crack the 48,000 meter altitude just as I'm falling below the right speed. So let's see if that's the case. I'm going to time warp a little bit here. Yeah, a lot of the stuff involving bringing equipment with you and some of the remote sciencey stuff is a little bit new for me. I mean, I've done space stations before, but there's lots of smaller remote stuff there. There's some bits and pieces I haven't done yet. Should be fun. That did not work out for me. I need to bump up the... That's interesting. Not quite cross the threshold this time. Okay. So we need to go at least a fair bit higher than this. So let's go all the way up to 85%. Actually, that's not helping me as much as I think it is it? Because all that's doing is putting more of my power earlier on in the stage. I am adjusting the wrong thing for what I want to do. All right, I need a new benchmark. I'm going to leave the thrust at 100%, and I'm going to up the fuel. I could do longer burns, but I should be able to do this. I don't really care if I'm terribly inefficient with the fuel usage for this stuff, because I got more thrust than I can handle, and the amount of money I'm saving by being hyper efficient is not helping me here. So 3, 2, 1, go, and this will give me the benchmark for how I have to adjust the fuel levels. In order to achieve the right mode. This might have an effect. It means, see, I'm spending a lot more of my time, or a lot more of my thrusting early. Not necessarily if I hit the max Q point a little too soon. I can offload that. Alright, let's see where this gets me. I don't think this is going to work either. Because I think what this has done, effectively, that's actually, in principle, that's worse. That actually got me worse height. Because too much of my fuel was being burned at a point at which the atmosphere was thicker. Okay, thrust limiter. We're going to go back to 50, because that was actually doing us pretty well. The thing that I should have been doing, though, is I really should have just been having it burn longer, because that way I am wasting less fuel. Let's go to 650. Yeah, let's do 650. I won't be wasting quite as much during a period in which the atmosphere is thicker, but I'll burn long enough to get just a little bit higher, so... I wasn't thinking that through. I mean, it's a delicate balance, right? Because if you thrust too low, then you're losing too much to gravity rather than too much to friction. So there is a crossover point, right, where you're fighting against those two the least combination. If you want to be super efficient, which I'm not really. not gaining a lot of speed here, but I'm getting a lot of height over time. And now I'm picking up even more speed because I'm getting a little further away from Kerbal, and the friction is going down. And if I had dynamic control over my thrust, this is when I would like increase my thrust, but I can't. So these things are giant firecrackers. Actually, this adjustment has given me more delta V than I actually need. But let's find out where that puts me. Because this now has to drop down below 350 about the time I cross into the butter zone. This might work. Come on. I actually need your speed to drop down faster. Actually, get rid of that. Oh, I got it. I got it. Oh, that was hairy edge. I was just crossing the upper altitude limit at the same time as the speed is dropping too low down. Now, where does that get me height-wise? I am now getting into... Actually, I have too much delta V on that upper stage. I wonder if I can just reverse that. That was risky. That was super risky. But I can now do that. I don't need that anymore. Alright. That was risky because I might have bled off too much vertical speed and not been able to actually crack into suborbital flight. But as it turns out, I just managed to do it. And that's fine. Alright, so surface level speeds. So I have got 534 meters per second delta V that I can counteract with my retro rockets here. And I'm gonna do that right about now. Trigger my drogue chutes, which should be coming out pretty soon as we get into slightly thicker atmosphere. I won't have picked up enough surface speed just like last times, and now I get a dramatic reduction in speed, and I'm going to do ground level. Right. About 2,000 meters. Well, maybe 3,000 meters, I'm not feeling cocky. Deploy the main chutes. Everything slows to a crawl. And as I get even lower, the main chutes actually fold. And now it's a gentle descent. That worked out pretty well. I managed to do two at once. This was good, great for the prestige, and pretty good for the money. So that was not half bad. Quickly descend here. This will be coming up on my 3-hour target mark. So let's... Where does this put us? Whoa. Alright, that's okay. I tipped over while my chutes were deployed, so that's not the worst thing ever. Let's recover the vessel. See where we are funds-wise. Like, how did we do on this? Maybe we crack the 500K mark. That would be kind of nice. Well, we got up to 50 science, so that's a thing. Yeah, hey, look at that. We got 537,000 bucks. So yeah, we're making good bank here, so that's good. You know what? I'm not ready to actually put this game down this afternoon, but I do have to take a momentary break. So if anybody who's listening wants to hang out for a very few seconds here, I'm just going to nerf my microphone, and I'm going to do a quick little online errand, and then I think I'm going to come right back to this because I'm just having fun. So back in a second. Alright, well, online errand can't exactly be done when websites are not cooperating, so we'll have to address that as I go along here. Let me throw my headphones back on. Let me do a double check to see, actually I know my audio is going through because I just talked a message at somebody in the chat room. So, we're good to go. Let's get right back into this while we're waiting for websites to behave themselves a little bit. Right, let's get back to gaming. Here we go. Kerbal Space Program, we're right back into the thick of things here. So let's find out. We're making some good bank. We have to keep making some good bank, though, because we have a number of things we have to set up that cost a lot of money. One of the things that I want to do is obviously upgrade some of the buildings. I'm also going to want to eventually specifically upgrade the administration building to get paid for science going, at which point I'm going to make a lot less money because I'm going to put a lot into the science side of things. Because it's costly to set up and I only want to do it once. So I want to set it up so a very big bulk of my money goes into the science program. Before I do that, though, I should probably think about upgrading a lot of my buildings before that happens. So, let us... okay, so how can we do this? We can test the decoupler of the launch site. I kind of want to upgrade this, too, because I can get some of these which give me money, but cost me almost no effort. And that's a nice reason to have the ability to do, like, 7 contracts for a lot of those kinds of things. What can we do here? So the tourists side of things is going to give me 20,000-ish, a little over 20,000. Let's get a couple of those out of the way, actually. Let's ferry 2 tourists safely to their destination back, and... Actually, what can we do with this one? That's a nice chunk of change. We need to be at the right altitude, at the right speed in order to activate the sequence. And that's the flea booster, so it's not going to give us a whole lot of lift above the 37,000 meter mark. Which means that we probably have to have a stage above that in order to get these tourists into orbit. Yeah. What about the protective shell? Again, the altitude, we can be going ridiculously fast, but this is likely to be something we have to do on our way down rather than our way up. Because of the speeds involved. We probably can't get to that speed going up. We can probably get it on re-entry. That's kind of an interesting challenge. Let's see if we can do that. So we're going to do this one, the Airstream Protective Shell. Now we're going to do the 2 tourists again. Because that's worth a thing doing. Alright, so we're going to leave the facility, vehicle assembly building. Let's see what we have to work with. Now we only have to take up 2 tourists, so we can actually use a simpler version of the Thorax ship. So we're going to go into here, and we're going to look at one of the earlier Thorax builds, maybe Thorax 2. That still had 3. Alright, so what's the shell that we have to sort out? This thing is the AEFF1 Airstream Protective Shell. Where's that going to be under? Structural? No. Command and control, no. Coupling, no. Payload. Here we go. An Airstream Protective Shell. So, the research engineers at Floyd were quickly realizing that protecting parts on the ascent was just as important. Heavy research into 2-dimensional input-driven procedural construction was then funded. with the hopes of making protective shells for the important payloads and interstage areas of the crafts. Okay, but I'm gonna have to do this on the way back down. So, how do I use this part? Okay, I see. It's gonna operate kind of like a decoupler. And so what I'm gonna do is pull that apart and so close fairing, terminate fairing construction. Oh, I see. So this is meant to I see that, and then this, and then left alt and left mouse button is to terminate the construction. Oh, I see. Isn't that cute? Okay. Let's edit the fairing. Let's start again completely from scratch. Okay, I see. But then how do I... So what's this idea of triggering? It has to be triggered in stage at the right point. I'm not entirely sure what that means. I guess basically blow the piece off, right? Like separate it out from protecting the thing. Alright, let's delete the fairing again. Edit the fairing. Kind of hilarious. It looks silly, but let's run with this. This is going to be the Thorax 2B, and we're gonna make this ridiculous thing work. So that fairing is at that stage. I actually wanted to deploy when that happens, so we're gonna put that here. Actually, no. So that's gonna separate, and I actually want this to activate when this engine activates. So that's how we're gonna do that. We have to get to suborbital flight, so that's still a thing. And I'm pretty sure that as we're descending, we can get into this speed range before I actually activate the retro rocket. Why? Let's hang on. This I'm gonna have. I want the full 850 meters per second fuel available for when I do that retro burn, because I'm likely to be moving like a bat out of hell. So we got these set at different thrust levels so that I have a higher boost at the upper end for... I actually don't want that. That's solid fuel. I may need that. You know what? Let's How do I want to do this? I actually kind of don't want... Again, I don't really want this. What I really want is just to weld this onto here. So that that and that are both at 80%. I could do this in more complicated staging, but it's not worth it. Solid fuel is high up, so all the fuel is set at the maximum level. You are just burning at maximum level. So all of those fire off. This separates. Then, actually, no, I want that down here too. So all of that fires off. This separates. Then this separates. And hopefully at that point, we have enough delta V to actually escape the atmosphere. And on our way back down, we're going to trigger this ridiculous fairing thing that we got going on. All right. Just a moment. Sorting out the fact that you don't have my Twitch window open for some reason. There we go. Now we're back. Let's see what happens when I launch this thing. So this is good. Generating some decent speeds. We're not going at maximal thrust, so we're saving at least some of the fuel from friction. Well above 1,000 meters per second at the 22,000 mark. That should be more than enough to get us up into. Yes, we're definitely getting above the atmosphere. So that's going to satisfy the requirement for, except we didn't have our passengers on board, damn it. But okay, that's actually, it's still good because we know everything else is going to work so far. So 2 tourists. And you know what, just for giggles, let's bring along Twilight. So, because we've got the extra capacity anyway. Right. And everybody happy? Everybody's happy. Everybody's going up, up, up. SAS on. Let's get that on. Strictly. So we've separated that, but we haven't triggered this part yet. So we have to do that on the way back down. So we're going to time warp up to the top here. We're above the space mark, so we can use regular time warp. Okay, so here's where it gets a little dicey. So now, as we descend, we're going to want to monitor that we're at the right speed, but not too fast. And at the right altitude. So we got to come down quite a ways. Holy crap. Okay, so speed is trivial to achieve. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. But here's the problem. Lots of explosions. And I'm not decelerating. I'm not burning off the... Wow, maybe I can save this. This is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at that. I was upside down and sideways because of the re-entry speed. Oh, jeez. Heart attack central or what? Take a moment to both catch a breath and to realize that I have managed to get past my network block issues. Okay, and it turns out that I did not need to worry about the area that I had to run, so I'm feeling pretty good about that, and my chutes have all come out. Everything's coming up, Millhouse. I'm sure I'm using that reference completely incorrectly, but whatever, I find it funny. Everything's good. So here we go. Yes, I know it's a Simpsons reference. I just don't remember whether that's good or bad in context. It doesn't matter. Everything's good. I am feeling very, very good. Everything's coming up Twilight Sparkle. There we go. That's much better. Because when did Twilight Sparkle ever fail? Well, when possibly running this space program, because this space program is a little bit bananas. Let's make sure I'm doing it above ground level, just to mark that. And I'm coming down, so 38, 37. So this is all good. I don't know what exploded, maybe bits of the fairing when we did that deploy, but oh, it didn't test. Why didn't it test? Note: activate the part through the staging sequence when all test conditions are met. I thought I did. Okay, well, no, hang on. Revert the flight. Let's figure out what went wrong there. Now, I went up a bit higher than I'd really intended, and I had trouble on the way down, particularly because I was kind of nose heavy. So let's do something kind of interesting. Let's go into aerodynamics, and let's get a basic fin going on here, or a winglet, maybe a winglet. I am going to do something a little bit weird here, just because it's hilarious. I am going to make sure that when I'm re-entering, I'll actually use the winglet. When I re-enter, I'm going to actually have a number of fins. Actually, I can't remember how to do the angular rotations. That is not it. Actually, kind of is it, isn't it? Except that's not the direction that I want to rotate. What I want to do is I want to rotate it that way. So on my way up, my ascent should largely be controlled by the rockets, and hopefully this won't cause me to do any weird tipping as I'm ascending. But on the way down, this is going to actually hopefully keep my rocket kind of a little bit more oriented towards vertical so that I'm coming in the right direction. I've done this kind of sort of reverse fin thing before, and it works all right. And hopefully that'll be a little bit better for the situation I'm in. But you know what? Let's activate it separately from the engine, because that might have been why that failed. But we do know we can get up there and get down again. Let's find out if this works. We won't go quite as high because of the extra mass, but I don't think it'll be significant. Hard burn to begin with, to build up speed when friction is low and to not waste a lot of it on gravity. And then the slower burn all the way through the sort of mid-level atmosphere where we're crossing over where friction is starting to become a problem. We could actually trim off Okay, so hopefully those fins will help us on the way back down. But we're bleeding off some speed here as we're ascending. And we got spam bots coming into my thread. That's great. I love that. No, I don't. I'm totally lying. So hopefully those fins will help the directionality of this descent just a bit. All right, where are we here? Let's see if we can monitor this. So we're at the right speed already. Oh, hello. There we go. Fire the retro rockets. I don't know what that did. Oh, so maybe the fairing... It's interesting. Maybe the fairing was still attached, and all I did was manage to detach the bit sideways, but there was still the mounting on the bottom. I'm trying to work this out. There's still the mounting on the bottom. When I activated the engine, it blew off the mounting, which is a trick I've used in Kerbal for a number of years, basically attaching stuff with decouplers and just exploding it. Not all around a great solution. And I think that might be what's happening here. But in any case, it didn't stop me from completing the mission. So I'll fix that in a future build. I don't use fairings all that often. Not even, protective ones, as it were. But I may have to as I start building larger things that have sciencey stuff on the outside that I have to protect, I guess. But those reverse fins actually worked a treat. I'm super happy about that working out, because that helped keep me straight longer. Oh, and I landed upright in a flat area. That's totally fine. Let's recover that. We should probably save the game now that I've done all of this. So I do seem to be getting science just for the sake of doing my launches, which is cool. Oh no, did I turn prestige into science or money? Let's go check that out. I said turn 25% of reputation gains into funds, and that's fine, because what I'm really after is this one. It's the outsourced R&D, so that I can take funds and get science for it. But what I really want to do is get it all the way up to 60, and unfortunately I can't do that with the building that I have. At that level, I'll stop really making huge piles of cash, but I'll make piles of science, and that'll be good. Nearly 600,000, so that's good. Let's keep on rocking this. I don't have enough science really to expand into a major new area of tech, so... I could do an orbit Kerbal. You know what? We haven't done this yet, and we now have the tech to do this. But I don't think we need to accept this as a formal thing for us to get it. So actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to save the game before I screw anything up here. Let's do that. So, my naming convention was 005 passenger and parts, sort of. Alright, so here we go. 005C passengers and parts is sort of what I'm doing. The next thing is to go back into mission control. We are going to do... We have tourists and tourists, so we can actually do 3 tourists. So let's see if we can do this. Let's actually do... because if we get into orbit, I think we'll also get a suborbital flight as well. So we should be able to do this. That VIP... Oh, it's a VIP. As opposed to 2 tourists. This gives me 10,000, but the VIP gives me 10,000. Okay, hang on. 14 prestige. Whoops. Versus 12 prestige. That's fine, but I know I can get into orbit using yeah. So I'm going to do this one, and I should be able to get the orbit Kerbal one as well. So that gives me all of my I didn't want to go there. Yeah, we're not going into the spaceplane hangar, so that'll give us. Let's try this. So, we're going to finally do an orbital flight. We're going to open... Okay, 2B contains invalid parts, that's fine. We're going to do this using the Thorax 3 model, because this did us actually pretty proudly. It's actually very much like the last one that I just rebuilt, it's Thorax 2B. Yeah, so my family tree of this particular craft is going to look a little nuts. But we're going to call this the Chrysalis. Sure, why not? No, you know what? We're going to call this... what are we going to call this? We want something evoking... something in orbit. We're going to call this the Spike. Alright, so we are going to save that, but what we're going to do is we need all of these up here. We're going to need all of this. We're going to need everything as it is here, and we're almost ready to just launch this and go, except I want to replace so that's going to be an extra booster. We're going to pull that off. This we're also going to pull off, and this. I think what I want is this can be a cheap booster, but I want to actually, how do I want to do this? What I want is to actually have a big liquid fuel stage here that I'm going to use both for retro rockets and to achieve sort of the orbit once we're up there. So what I'm going to want is probably the swivel engine, because I don't have anything else to spin the thing. Actually, I do kind of, don't I? Because I do have a very small amount of no. I was going to say I do have very, very small reaction wheels inside these cabins, but the problem is as I'm descending, I'm going to want to remain vertical. One of the things that can really help with that is having a vectored engine. So I'm going to see if I can make this work with a vectored engine. That is going to mean I need a decoupler. I don't think I have one here. Do I have one here? No. Or do I? Yes, I do. Because there was a... No, I don't. That's actually the lower level decoupler. That's fine. We just do this. Coupling. Decoupler here. Now, we may have to add quite a bit of a bigger lower stage here in order to push up all that liquid fuel, but we're going to see if we can make this work. Let's make sure our crew is totally on board. 1, 2, and 3. Oh, look, Twilight got level 1 for being taken log flight at Kerbal. So I need to get these 3 up there doing other stuff. Should I even? That's a thing. You know what? They don't. What I am going to do is I'm going to actually take. It seems appropriate to have our pony crew going on the inaugural flight into actual orbit. But I will, for the sake of money, also... it's Urfray that I can actually take with me and actually get a completed mission out of. So I'm going to do it this way. This is mostly just for the sort of prestige of it, if you like, of having our primary command crew heading into space as a unit on the very first orbital flight. So that's what we're going to make work here. Oh, got up to 3 viewers. Isn't that nice? So feel free to say hi in the chat room if you like. Don't feel obligated. I'm just doing this for my own amusement. Alright. I could start using... do I actually have MechJeb able to do with a flight recorder, has a better smart ASS, which occasionally could be helpful. No, you know what? I'm not going to use MechJeb yet. I love using it, but I'm going to get to the point where I can do at least one of everything manually before I start using it to shave time off of my launches and the like. I could use it. Thing is, what I really want to use it for right now is Ascent, but I haven't unlocked that bit of the MechJeb thing. So for my purposes, it's unlocked a bit out of order. That is really pretty. I have to admit the mod community is fantastic for this. So, in case anybody's following me in lately, I don't have that many mods on here. Almost all of them are visual. So this is apparently Astronauts, a visual pack that sits on top of the modern version of the EVE environmental visual effects library to give better cloud cover and other visual effects. It's really made the game just that little extra bit prettier, which I like. There's lots of other visual effects I could put in here, but that's what I went with. The only game-altering thing that I've added to this is MechJeb, and I'm not even using it right now. And MechJeb just automates a lot of things that I do manually. So there we go. That's my recap, and we have our favorite crew here, and so we are going to turn on the SAS, and we're going to launch. And now this may take a few launches because I have already screwed up the staging. So that's going to unlock those, and that's going to uncouple that, and this should just get activated whenever that decouples. So, do I want to fix that permanently? Yes, I do. So I'm going to forget to do it, and I'm going to be forever doing this again. Revert flight to the vehicle assembly building. Let's just get this properly fixed. So it doesn't take me very long to do it. Hey, I'm just enjoying the stream as some background entertainment while I work. Cheers. Hey, yeah, no worries. Totally a great thing. I do that all the time. Right, so we're going to do that, and we're going to put this in here. There we go. So I've got the staging worked out. All these fire to get me up into space with the initial burst, and then those fall off, and then these carry me the rest of the way, and then I use the Reliant once I'm up a ways. Now this the big thing I'm worried about is the weight of the liquid fuel stage, so we're just going to have to see how this plays out. So I may have to add more boosters on the bottom. We'll see how heavy this is. And the other problem is I actually have to get going sideways using your classic little gravity turn, which means I need more delta V. Those may not be enough, but I have the parts to do it. Let's see what happens. We're only getting 2 Gs. Sort of very slight tilt, and we're a bit wobbly. It's fine though. It's actually really hard to tilt over at this point. So there we go. Lost our 2 first stage boosters, and oh, I love that. That is really lovely. I just don't have the battery, the little tiny gyros I have on board the little tiny crew capsules isn't really enough to tilt this thing over against the friction of air battery against, I guess, the whole of the ship. Okay. Actually, I want to keep my thrust vector roughly direction that I'm already moving. Although, okay, actually I want more sideways. Alright, so the problem with this is that I spend a lot of my thrust going directly upward. I now got too much thrust going upward. I'm not being very efficient about the way this fuel curve, that my usage of the fuel in this has worked. Because I now wasted some of my fuel trying to push harder sideways. I'm not going to have any for re-entry. So this was not... I will probably make orbit, but I'm actually going to abort this because I need to have more for re-entry. I really do. So, this was pretty good. I need to get going over sideways a little bit more. What am I going to do to correct this? I am going to actually... Do I have ailerons that actually have control? No. So hang on. Delta Deluxe winglet. That's the standard winglet. Yeah, this guy is the control winglet that I often buy. I'm going to use that, and the reason I'm going to use that is so I can get going over sideways a little bit more easily. That is not what I wanted to do. There we go. Let's... How do I want to do this? Okay. I am going to... Let's put that over to the side for the minute. I'm going to take this. I'm going to rotate it a bit so that I can... do that. Now that will enable me to tip over more easily during the initial ascent. But I am going to jettison those parts when I jettison these lower boosters. I'm also going to attach... Actually... Come on. There we go. Just a little bit of extra boost. And I've also got the winglets that should enable me to control the ascent, but then I jettison all those parts as I get further up, so that I'm only depending on rocket power. So let's try this instead. The extra boost, I think, because as I go sideways, I'm going to be pushing through the atmosphere a little bit more. So I'm not actually going to get a lot more height out of that, but I should get a lot more lateral motion. All right, here we go. Yes, I'm oriented in the correct fashion for me, and let's do the launch. Go. Okay. Let's tilt myself over just a little bit early. Oh, very wobbly because it's a very tall ship with very small parts, and so there's a little bit of natural flex to the ship. Over kind of hard so that a lot of our solid fuel booster speed goes into going sideways. And how are we doing for... We're not getting a lot of height, but we're doing okay. We are doing okay. We're going to need even more of the bigger boosters. This is not bad. This is not terrible. It's not enough, I think, because I want a lot of extra fuel for the landing. So that's going to get me suborbital. But then in order to circularize it, I'm going to have to burn off a lot of that liquid fuel. And I just don't want to, I want to have a big buffer zone at the end. All right, so we're gonna mix this up a little bit here. We're gonna bail on, that is not what I wanted to do. Okay. Okay, so we hit the undo button. Let us get rid of this. And instead, we're gonna clone, in fact, all of this. We're gonna pull this off. We're gonna go into fourfold symmetry. And we're gonna do this. But we are also going to make sure that that is going to be a lot of thrust, and I want some long-term burn on this. So for this entire quintuplet, actually, we're going to go down to let's say 33%. Oh, I can actually burn longer on these. Sorry, I can burn with more fuel. That might have made the difference. This might actually be overkill now, but okay. Let's find out. That's alright. That's what we do. We goof around until we figure out what we actually want out of this. Can't support over 30 parts. Really? Are we back at this again? Okay. How far over are we? By 2 parts. Is there anything we can shave off? No, my re-entry is about where I want it to be. Alright, so this is a thing now. We're gonna try a trifold launch, because that'll cut down on the parts. This is gonna be a little bit of an oddball ship. I don't normally do trifold symmetry, but sometimes it just works out that way. Alright, so we're going to launch. We're going to want to tip over pretty darn quick here. A bit of oddball twisting because of that trifold geometry, I think. This is a very, very flat ascent. This is kind of a mistake because we're only in 4,000 meters and we're almost all the way sideways. So we're going to revert to launch. Let's give that another go. See if this works any better. Yeah, coming over a little too hard here, and I don't have the fins in order to be able to use the atmosphere to my advantage as I'm coming over. So I only got up to 8,000 meters doing that. So I'm going to make another launch. I'm going to try to come in a little bit more vertical before I lose my fins. If I can find just the right balance. vertical. Yeah, okay, let's take this, and gravity is slowly pulling us over, and the SAS is fighting it, but that's okay. Now we're getting down to the 45-degree mark. Let's find out what our apoapsis is looking like. We're at 14,000. That's not fantastic, but we got a lot of fuel left to burn. And we're building up a lot of lateral motion in addition to height, which is not a bad thing. But we may still have to make it more vertical yet. So we're probably losing a fair bit of a delta V due to friction, even though it doesn't necessarily look like a lot. Yeah. Yeah, we're not getting nearly high enough. Looks pretty though. Alright. We may not have enough delta V in all of these stages to do this. I don't remember what sort of the expected delta V requirement is to get into orbit, to be perfectly honest. Alright. I'm going to try to build up a little bit of head speed before I start tilting over. 5 kilometers vertical. So the fins are kind of useless if I do that. Kerbal's horses, because it's Kerbal's space ponies. Because adorableness knows no limits. Let me see here. I guess I forgot to mention that as one of the mods I had, but it was kind of self-evident. So. Alright, so my apoapsis is getting away from me. That's actually good. I don't know if I'm climbing nearly fast enough, but I'm also fairly certain that if I don't go this flat, I'm not gonna. I just don't have enough delta V for this. So I do that, and I enable the vectoring engine, and now I'm sort of cruising. Using a lot of my liquid fuel in order to push through the atmosphere. This is not really the profile I want. So I've got a couple of problems here. Alright, so I am going to need more oomph getting myself into space. I just am. So, or into orbit anyway. Right, so how are we going to do this? We're going to get rid of those. we're gonna want a long burn on, I think, 4 engines once we're up there. I think, though, what I'm going to do to keep parts count down is I'm going to use the decouplers. Can't add a full set of 4 probably, but I may not need to. So here's the thing. Is there a way for me to... That's not what I wanted to do. Is there a way for me to delete only... I know somebody showed me this once, the ability to delete a singular part once you've already set up symmetry. Never figure out how they do that. Or I keep forgetting anyway. Yeah, because that just pulls them all apart. Okay, so I can't do that. I can't add these one at a time, though. I guess I'm just going to have to do that. So line that up there, and I'm going to add one of the bigger engines. Then having done that, all of these get lit at once. These guys have maximum thrust. These guys have the extremely low thrust, but with a longer burn. That's fine. Where is that lined up with this? Lined up with this. Looks okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put the these control winglets here so that they last longer. They're basically going to last as long as this lower stage, which should give me much better control on ascent. When this releases, those two get detached, and then later on that one gets detached. Okay, let's try this. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Getting 1.2 Gs off of this. That's gonna be tough. I think I'm spending too much on gravity. I may need to just upgrade so that I can... Uh-oh. Well, that's exciting. Haven't had that happen in a while. Mind you, I am kind of running some slightly heavy mods. Okay. We are going to have to restart KSP, but that's okay. Yes, yes, close the program, please. No, I don't want to notify Microsoft. Just relaunch the thing. Right. So that's new and exciting. Lovely. All right, JKL. Let's just make sure that I have terminated the I can't even find the task in my task list. That's fun. That's new. Silly little Unity crash handler. Alright, so relaunching that. Okay, so what are we looking at here? We are looking at we're running up against parts problems. 30 parts is really tough to work in. I could probably get I could get this to orbit if I didn't have to haul around all those command modules. But now I'm kind of determined. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to fork over the cache to get out from under that particular parts limit, because I don't need that many more parts to make this work. But 30 is rough given how much I'm trying to lift. So I'm going to make my life a little easier. Making the money back won't be too bad, and I don't think, not for that expansion. So let's find out. Any day now. Thank you. Start the game. Resume saved. Cluster download. There we go. Alright, let's see. How badly autosave ships? So that's where, yeah, so 28 parts and 5 stages. I think that's this guy. I think, yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can fix this. Oh, but we're gonna have to fix that by... First of all, checking to see whether or not we do not have... What active contracts do we have? Just the ferries. Alright, so I got that in my save file before it crashed. That's fine. Vehicle assembly building. Nope. What we need is to support more than 30 parts. So what's that going to cost me? That is a lot of money. Oh, that sucks. All right. No, we're gonna do it. We have committed to doing it. We don't want to run into that parts problem again. So here's what we're gonna do. We are going to say to heck with this for the moment. We're going to pull these off. Now these guys have a thrust level of. Okay, so what do we got here? We've got 300 kilonewtons on those. And we've got 227 on those. Alright, so we pull these off. And we take these and we clone it 4 ways so that we really just have, a big grid of those. That's fine. And then aerodynamics, we're going to go with the winglet again for control. That's fine. And I don't think I actually have the... Do I have struts yet? Do I have basic struts? I do. We are totally going to, because you can always solve a problem with more struts in this game. We are going to connect these guys together so that there's less wobble in that sense. And we are going to then connect. This is probably unnecessary, but why not, right? There we go. That is not really terribly well aligned. Let's try that again. There we go. Alright. So, we want all of these guys to lay at once, please. All of them. And then we're going to peel off those. Then we're going to peel off the central chamber. Here's nothing. Do. Launch. Separating rockets. What do you call them? I can't remember anything anymore. Yeah, the little teeny rockets I use to peel away the stages. I've got to be a little bit more careful about when I do the staging. They're just called separator rockets. I can't remember. I don't have access to them in any case. Alright, let's try this again. Interestingly enough, I've definitely not connected these in a line that I like. Off by 12 degrees or whatever. Progress on height. Let's keep that up. Decouplers. No, not the decouplers. The decouplers are the bits between... I mean, you're not wrong. The decouplers have a little bit of explosive charge and push them apart, but there's also these little teeny tiny little rockets that you can trigger at the same time as the decouplers, which literally like rocket your bits away from your ship. I don't have those yet, but I do have the decouplers. Their force in pushing away from the main craft, though, is not super high. Oh, hello. No, this is good. This is good. Let's go on a little bit more sideways, actually. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I have enough to do this, and now I need to actually be over harder than... All right. That's a new problem. I actually don't want to go any higher. So I'm going to let myself coast for a little bit. Take advantage of the old berth effect and only thrust when I'm already moving in the direction I want to go. The old berth effect when it's like at this stage of the orbit? I don't remember. Alright, whoa. Okay, so do this and still have enough leftover fuel. I So, because I need some for re-entry, because it's going to be a rough re-entry. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, that is not what I wanted to do at all. Okay, so hang on. And we have achieved orbit. Don't know if we're going to get the... so let's check this out. Oh, you know what? I've done the stupid thing again, and I do not have my passengers on board my craft again, have I? Okay, you know what? That's okay, though, because... Revert flight. That's because my game crashed, so that's fine. I am going to... What can I do to tweak this? That was actually a really good launch. Crew. Alright, I was going to bring Twilight and Pinky on this. And I was also going to bring, I think, Ray is the other one. He's the solo one, so I'll get money out of that. Alright, that's fine. It's a pretty stable flight up. Actually, my parts are all nicely aligned, so alright, that's fine. So that's all going to work out pretty well. I have no idea if re-entry is even going to work on this, but we'll have to find out, right? Alright. Do I want to make any other changes? Do I want more leeway? I kind of want more leeway. I want more leeway on the liquid engine because it's not a super powerful engine. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Alright, let's try. This is stupid, but it'll work. And that's just basically throwing more thrust at the problem. So that is going to light at the same time as those. That's going to be the first stage of decoupling. Yeah, that'll do. Now I definitely have more than enough, because this launch is going to be pretty intense. Is it super cost effective? No. but those are pretty cheap. So, all right. Here we go. Basically the tagline for this game. I did not explode too much. This is kind of a problem, actually. I'm not able to get far enough over, and I don't have enough air to use the winglets to help that out. I don't want to go over super hard here because I know I'm getting a huge amount of altitude. How am I doing in altitude? I'm already up to 42,000. That's fine. Actually, this is not a bad descent. This is actually a pretty decent descent. But I do seriously want to build up more horizontal velocity at this point. That's fine. I can make this work. let's cut that off. And we're just going to coast for at least a little bit here. Till we're getting closer to apoapsis. But actually, we're going to wait until just after we get out of the atmosphere here. That's a good cutoff. Eight, 9. All right, here we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did not mean to descend. Let's try that again. Efficient as I reasonably can be, given I'm apparently really rusty at this game. Pretty close to apoapsis here. A few extra puffs of rocket. Not preserving as much of my liquid fuel there, my liquid rocket as I would like, but we'll see how it plays out. There we go. Circularized orbit. That has mean I've met Earth-Ray's travel itinerary, so we'll get a little bit of cash out of this. So yay! How about that? We've gotten into orbit. Well, we kind of did before too, but that is a lot of people to get into orbit all at once, especially for a first orbital mission. Oh, that is really lovely. All right, what we're gonna do is we are going to make one full revolution, and then when we hit about the terminus, before the terminus, on the next pass, we will begin a descent profile, and we'll see if I burn up horribly. Very lovely and serene, though. All right. Whoa, whoa! All right. So we took a few extra turns around the planet. We're now time warp. We're fixing our time warp here. The problem is it's really easy to deorbit. It's really hard to deorbit and slow yourself down enough to actually use all of your parachutes correctly. But here goes. And that's dropped periapsis into the planet, or at least low enough in order to be able to encounter atmosphere, which is right there. So this is where everything gets dicey. This is where I have to be a lot more on the ball than I'm likely to be, and where I'm likely to have to reload anyway, so. I don't think I have enough delta V to actually bleed all of this off. I'm hoping I can keep my tail end, the bell of the engine, into the air to act as sort of a de facto heat shield. Until the point at which things start to get super hot, and then I can use the engines in order to burn off the last of my fuel. Oh, that's twitchy. All right, here goes everything. I may have to do the reverse fin trick on this as well, actually, to help this out. Which may mean we're doing this again, but we'll see how this plays. That is a lot of orbital speed to bleed off. So what's our ground tracking speed? This is sort of the thing that's more important. Some of this speed will have to be bled off by just heat, because I only have about 758 meters per second delta V. And this is not a proper heat shield, so this quite definitely could overheat. Blow up the ship. No. Oh, I'm losing it. Here it goes. It's all gone. Yeah, this is where everything goes to heck. So I don't think my ship can. Well, I'm holding my own here. Actually, I may not be going fast enough to blow up these parts. Which is crazy. Oh my goodness, the only thing that saved my bacon there, the only thing was that when everything started to go sideways and I lost, I just didn't have the stabilizing ability on those tiny little capsules to be able to get the ship righted, and I couldn't quite feather it. And I lost the engine, which is a little costly, but you know what? I got everybody down. I'll take that. Well, I'll take that once I stop, tumbling down the... Take a while. There we go. Can I slip sideways and actually get this thing to stop? Oh, nope. No. Please stop rotating. There we go. Hang on. Recover vessel. Come on. Recover vessel. There we go. All right, that was not great because I lost an expensive Bell engine out of it, but I'm not going to replay that. It was actually a workable landing, but the thing that I don't like depending on the thermal properties of the whole craft. I should not be using the body of the thing as a heat shield, but it is what it is. I made it back with everyone, and that got everyone to level 1, which is great. And it got me a little bit of cash for Earthray, so that's fine. What that means is that I can actually take on another mission. I still have to ferry VIPs, or I still have to ferry people. These are all orbit around Kermit incomplete. Oh, this is actually one that could actually get me a decent bit of money. So I can try to reproduce that, but with a new... What actually did I actually archive? It's an interesting question. Did I actually have to take? I don't think you have to take. I may have messed this up. I don't know. It didn't used to be the case that you actually had to take the mission to get into orbit. That was one of the ones that just sort of automatically happened, even though it's in the list. So that's complete, failed, canceled, failed. No, I haven't failed any yet. That being said, it doesn't show up in the completed list, so maybe I lost out on some major prestige there by not taking it. I don't know. But I'm not going to go back and fix that. That's fine. It is what it is. Explore the Moon is definitely a thing that I could get a bunch of cash for. But I'm not ready to do that yet, I think, without having heavier engines. Although I could probably cobble something together. Explore the Moon actually require a landing? No, I just have to fly by. So that's not actually... If I did that with just one person and kept the weight down, that might be a thing. But I'd have to take science with me. I mean, clearly I'd have to take science with me. Okay, so let's do the VIP safely thing. And I'm going to take the one that does the orbit around Kerbal, because I'm going to be doing that anyway. So let's quickly do that, because that one's relatively easy. It's more or less the mission that we just did, except that we actually get paid for it. So one of the things we're going to do as a modification to Spike here is to, again, add the stabilizing winglets for the way back down. That one's too big. I think we can get away with this one. Replicated 4 times, please. Just like that. And that should help keep us, our back end in the right direction. So let's try that. Everything else about this actually looks good. Yeah. Do we want any further boosting? I don't think so. I think anything else is kind of... Yeah, let's just do this. So we have to get people on board. Let's not forget to do that this time. Crew. We are not taking along... we can't get any benefit for bringing Twilight and Pinky along with us this time. We just want the money and the prestige. So, save and launch. Away we go. Right. It's going to be great when we have a better capsule and we can start taking up all of our pony pals up at once, but this time it's just a set. Now what I am going to do though is I'm going to tilt over just a bit now, make it a little easier to fight later, but not very much. Explosions this to lower, but it's not going to cause it to lower for... Actually, I should make this more efficient and just do my burn when it's actually at apoapsis. And slide along to apoapsis again. Get right on the nose. Straight ahead. Circular orbit. And actually about half a liquid fuel tank to spare. So that's not half bad. So how are we doing on... Everybody has gotten their marks for suborbital flight as well as orbit and suborbital flight. So we are doing well. So once again, we are going to warp to the just before the terminus here. Actually, I'll do it about here, a little bit further back this time. Oh, we can't actually do that, can we? We do not have maneuver nodes yet. All right. That's fine. That's fine. That's a thing. How do we return to... I can't remember how to... I want to actually focus on the moon, please. No, not that, please. Jewel lathe. Yes, I can alt tab through this, but what's the one that actually... What's the key that actually restores me to home? Super irritating. What the key is for refocusing back on home. I thought it was the backslash, but apparently, oh no, that is definitely not what I want to do. All right. So this is what I apparently have to look up today, which is Kerbal space program. Focus on ship. You use the backspace key to focus on your current ship. That's clearly not true. It's tilde now. That's okay. Problem with that is that's also... God, I'm definitely coming in hot. Okay, this is a new thing. I'm now focused on my ship, but because of that false burn that I did earlier. That's great. I'm a genius! Alright, that's fine. We can make this work. We'll just have to land in the dark. Oh, except now we're out of fuel. Okay, this is exciting. Let's find out what happens as this comes in. Well, this will actually be a useful test of the fins. These fins, they do nothing! Alright, so that's clearly not helping out nearly enough. Alright. So, lesson learned. A couple of lessons learned there. Why did they change it to the tilde? That's extremely irritating. Because that conflicts with something I've got set up in Discord. That's annoying. Let's do that again. Brain not functioning. Aerodynamics, we're going to have to go with the larger one. That's a big honking winglet. That is a really big honking winglet. Alright, well, this is our life now. This is where things start to look really ridiculous. Let's launch and see what happens. No, I bet you, though, it might have something to do with the fact that they're not pointed the other direction, because they don't think about running these parts backwards. I wonder how KSP handles that. Okay, well, there's definitely... okay, so that's definitely a thing, revert. It's actually difficult in the ascent because of the same reason I want to use it on the descent. Alright. Let's actually experiment with this. So, we're going to have a four-way symmetry, but we are going to basically do this. Something. Totally not what I'd intended, so let's undo that. At least that key's the same. Alright. I'm going to try running in this direction. See if that actually changes anything on ascent. This is a ridiculous design. So, KSP is normal then. Okay, I mean, it is... So, this is something I'm going to have to... So, revert to launch, revert to vehicle assembly. Those are going to be there for the entire time. Let me think about this. If they're going to be there the whole time and they're going to survive re-entry, then why not make those the control surfaces, actually? Because they're going to have to be there. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. Undo that, please. Thank you. Okay. No! Boo! Alright. There we go. So actually, let's do this. Let's have these control surfaces here. Let's find out what happens when I run these control surfaces during re-entry. Whether or not they nicely work backwards the way I'm wondering if they will. This is probably going to be terrible. On the other hand, this part works just fine. And climbing. We're building up a lot of sideways velocity though as well. I stepped out and the rocket got bigger. Yeah, that happens. It's also gotten more ridiculous. But it wouldn't be KSP if it didn't get a little bit more ridiculous. Oh, hello. Prograde, please. How are we doing on height? We are doing okay, and we're building up sideways speed. This is actually, I like this ascent. This has worked out well. so. Hoi. All right. We're going to find out if my reverse fins actually work. Well, using the fins in reverse is actually going to help me out here. Otherwise, I'll have to resort to using stock fins again. Fixed fins. Because those very clearly work in either direction. Alright. Feathering the angle on this just a bit. Alright, so that part of it was simple enough. Let's see what happens when we go all the way around here and try to do the descent. While we're doing that, we'll pick up ourselves a nice kind of a sunrise. You know what? Let's actually do this into sunrise. There we go. Let's get on board the ship. I mean, this just never gets old. So we're going to try to hold retrograde, and we can actually use the controls to do that instead of me trying to do it manually. And since we have enough control surfaces, I think I don't have to overcompensate myself manually, so we're going to use the piloting skills that we have earned. Oh, that is lovely. Coming around just past the terminus. There we go. There's a nice, lovely sunrise from space. All right, so time to start our descent. Be slightly aggressive. So I want to come down on the sunlit side, so that should be enough. All right, starting our descent. After I increase the time warp. There we go. All right, starting our descent and choosing our moment for retro burn. Dash is perfectly calm. Everyone else is kind of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but that's all right. That's why we have a hose for the spare crew cabins. Alright. Alright, so now I gotta start paying attention a little bit here. Want to wait until we're a good ways into the atmosphere, and hopefully we don't turn turtle here. In combination with that, I hope our control surfaces help keep it aligned as we descend, so that we use the engine bell as sort of a de facto heat shield. Still picking up speed rather than bleeding it off. Hopefully I'll slowly come to a halt as the atmosphere gets thicker. There it is, it's turned around. Dash is able to hold that line better than I could. That is right at the edge of our thermal limits, though. I mean, that's why you have proper heat shields. The big problem I have with heat shields is you can't put them on the underside of an engine you intend to use, so it gets weird. Alright, I'm going to manually bleed off some speed because that's getting a little scary. Okay. Now we're going to help bleed off as much of the speed as we can. And we got the drone shrink territory. Add a little bit of extra, and now we're in main shoot territory. Turn off the SAS, which is having serious issues. That's great. Okay, so we're coming in over the ocean, so we're in good shape. Everything is deploying nicely. Okay. So, I mean, the fins look ridiculous, but if you're going to do this sort of butt end in first arrival, like I did here, it's not a bad way to go. I haven't really found a great alternative way to do it. What I want for heat shields is a heat shield that I can bring into place after I finish using the engine, so that I can go in bell end first, but still use a proper heat shield. I've done some weird arrangements of surrounding engines with heat shields, sort of like as a set of 4 or whatever, and sort of pinch the engine in, which looks just as ridiculous as this does, to be perfectly honest. So, all right, so accelerating down all the way. Good work, Dashy. All right. So, 3, 2, 1. Focus sideways on purpose. Use the parachutes to drop us down fairly gently, and that is where we can recover the vessel. That worked out really well. I'm super happy about that. Alright, where are we here? Mission summary for Spike. We are slowly building up the science, so that's really good. How are we doing on money? We didn't get a lot of money out of that, but that's okay. Right. Everybody is ready for the next assignment, so let's barrel right on ahead into it. A lot of the stuff is going to start coming out about the moon, and we should start thinking about how to actually do that. Whew. Okay. We're going to take that on purpose, and we're going to specifically do that. We're going to have to, I really want to get all 3 of our primary, I guess, equinauts. I think we're going to go with equinauts. Our primary equinauts are all going to go there at once, because I just want to bring all of them. But that means that we are going to have a fairly beefy ship. Now, we've already upgraded the launch pad and the VAB, so if we're careful, we should be able to do this. We also have the advantage that we don't have to necessarily achieve orbit before we make that next step, but we have to have a much bigger ship to get all the way out there. The one I've built is not going to be enough. So this is it. We're gonna not only get into orbit today, which we've already done, and return safely twice. We are going to get all the way to Mun, whatever. So how is there anything about our missions that we can do that helps this? Because sometimes when you couple these together, you can get an advanced engine early, for example. That's a basic jet engine, not too interested in that. Terrier liquid fuel engine on escape trajectory out of the moon. Oh, except we'd have to activate the part of the staging sequence when all the conditions are met. So we'd have to take the Terrier liquid engine all the way out there and only activate it when we're on an escape trajectory from Moon. That's interesting. We've also got an advanced decoupler we could do when we're on the launch site. Position satellite in geosynchronous orbit. We don't really have the facilities for building probes yet. Although those are great missions because they enable you to explore places just to deposit craft there and then come home. Decoupler on escape trajectory out of Kerbal. We could do this, actually, because we're going to need an escape trajectory out of Kerbal anyway. We can save this third one for later, maybe when we open a few things up. So let's give this a shot. Right. Here we go. We're going to need a heavy lifter here. So we're going to call this one Biceps. And we're going to save. And can we salvage any of this? Well, okay, so first things first. When we're re-entering, in this case, I'm less interested in trying to save incidental parts. That'd be great and all, but we just don't have the sort of leeway, and I might just be able to fly like a stack of these, because it does have a tiny heat shield on the bottom, like into Kerbal and keep it stable. So let's try this. What we're going to do is we're going to take off these, because we're probably not going to need them. Let's see how this plays out. We don't need one of these. Because we're only going to take our... can we reattach that, please? That'd be great. Here we go. We're only going to take our 3 primary Kerbonauts, Equestronauts. So there we go. They're all going to Moon. We do have to take, however, that being said, we do have to take... a science station. So come on. No, parts. We need to take a fully stocked science station because we are not doing this run without doing the science. So right. So that goes on there. Twin version of that. Twin version of that. Twin version of that. Alright, so we've got all the science that we are capable of doing. Now what we need is to figure out what we're going to need. We need to lift, so we're going to need basically something like all of this just to do the return journey, although at the tail end of it, okay, you know what, we have to reorient, we have to rearrange this because we need a heat shield as the thing actually facing the ground, because we're going to be coming in without an engine bell or anything else sort of blocking it. So this does have a very tiny heat shield on it, but that should do. That means that we need a coupler, one of you guys, and then this is going to go on the bottom here. Do we have any advanced fuel tanks? No, we really don't. We kind of need that. Let's pop out and see what our science looks like. Science! Advanced rocketry. We could actually get this, and what does that get us? That gets us the Thud liquid fuel engine, which could be useful, possibly, but also a couple more fuel tanks. I think it's time. Yeah, it's time. We're gonna do that because we can then do, so this is 2.25 tons. This is actually twice as big, and I think we're going to need that for this kind of thing. So because we can actually trim this down parts-wise, which is going to help for several reasons. So... So that, coupled with that, slightly more efficient parts use. So that's the engine with its own fairing. And that is going to be our, I think, return from Moon and arrival at Kerbal engine. But that also means we're going to need, we're only going to the Moon, but we are going to have to, let's just put this aside for a second, we're going to need something that actually gets us out of orbit and all the way out to Moon. So we are going to take this entire thing, I think, and do something like this. Hang on. Alright. Okay, so this is an ISP of 310 in vacuum. This has an ISP of 320 in vacuum. This puts out a thrust of 215 kilonewtons. This puts out a thrust of 240 when in a vacuum. I guess stick with the... So, think about this. I don't need more thrust at the cost of efficiency. I actually need efficiency. That's 305 in a vacuum. What's the Reliant? This is 320. The swivel's actually super efficient, all things considered. What about the Terrier? What have we got here? That's 345 in a vacuum. So the Terrier would be good as a, I don't need to land, I just need to adjust my orbit. Let's just for giggles try that, because that enables us to get additional tech. So we're going to that. We're going to use the Terrier in order to be fairly efficient with fuel on the return and arrival. Then we're going to need the thing that actually gets us out there, and actually that's going to be the same thing. Could I use a Terrier and just like one Terrier engine? Just a whole bunch of fuel. And I could ditch some of the mass. That's gonna be interesting. Alright, so we're gonna pop that on briefly, only to pop it off of that because I want to grab that piece and throw it away. So but I don't think this is going to be enough. I know this isn't going to be enough. Because these guys, I think the Science Junior is actually less weighty. It's only 0.2 tons, and the capsules are quite. That's not it. Fuel tanks, pods. These guys are 0.76 tons. So I've actually saved a little compared to the 4 capsule version. So that's a benefit, but I've added piles of fuel to this. How much delta V do I actually have at this stage? When I let go of those, hang on. 1,209 meters per second. That's so totally not enough. Okay. Let's get creative. I need to punch a hole in the universe with this thing here. So let's try that coupled with that. Of course, unfortunately, all of these connectors are far, but that's alright. Let's yeah, I definitely can't do this with a smaller parts count. I'm not efficient enough to do this with a smaller parts count. Other much better Kerbal Space Program players could probably do this. I cannot. I'm just going to overpower the problem, I think. This isn't going to be the worst thing in the world, but basically a giant freaking firecracker. Alright, so structural, I'm going to add a few more struts because why not? Tie everything together with spit and baling twine. Alright. This is where things get a little crazy. Biceps is definitely going to be a Leviathan. Now I have what appears to be those are all going to separate at once. These are all going to separate at once. I am going to want control surfaces on this thing. And it suddenly occurs to me, again, for all intents and purposes, why not just put control winglets on the top of this thing, because then I have them forever. It looks silly, but it actually works relatively well, so. Let's see if we can, you can't support vessels more than 140 tons. We're at 142. Well, crap. Okay, so we are kind of at our limit on that front. Do I want to do this? Alright, here's what we're going to do. I've kind of built this a little skiff anyway, so see if we can't. That was not good. So, let's see if we can't get terrible, because that's probably going to cause all sorts of damage when it comes off, but alright. Everything's lighting up at once, but I think when these things release, it's going to cause everything to explode. That'll be exciting. This is going to light along with everything else. Thank you. Alright. Let's see what happens. so we can't quite tilt over that early. Control surfaces aren't enough to keep that thing basically under control. Oh, why do we have a staging? Our staging is a little hosed. Alright, let's revert to vehicle assembly. Alright, I think that's got it. Launch. This is slightly ambitious for the tech that I currently have and the budgets I currently have. Tilted all the way over. Okay, so that's going to be really rough getting that into orbit. But let's keep trying it. If I can get that into orbit with the Terrier engine and all those things, I should be pretty good. Sideways speed here. This is really good. Okay. Okay. I don't want to go any higher, but I want to also accelerate only when I'm at prograde. Sorry, only when I'm aligned prograde. So I got to get a little bit closer to apoapsis so things flatten out a bit. Try again and see if I'm just barely causing it to creep up, but my speed is increasing, so hopefully I can thrust hard enough. I may have muffed this primarily because I'm not pushing enough thrust to extend. Necessarily a super efficient burn, but I'm not falling ahead of my apoapsis too much, and I am extending out where the intersection point is. Like my periapsis is coming up out of the planet pretty quickly. Oh, look at that! I'm about to match, so I'm gonna sneak this down so that I just hover around that point. I hover at my apoapsis. We are in orbit. Okay, so we got a fair bit of liquid fuel. Here's the problem. I don't yet have maneuver nodes. So this is exciting because I get to do the thing that, that you would only know if you've either read up on it or played way too much of this game, and that's how to get to Moon when you have no... This may not actually work because I may not have enough time to build... Oh, hang on. I may not have enough time to build up the thrust I need, but the big idea here is going prograde and applying thrust more or less as the Moon is coming into view. Now I'm going to do it a little early because this is a slow engine. While this is extending my apoapsis out in this direction, almost 90 degrees to where Moon actually is, by the time I get out there, I should be able to intersect with the Moon. But the problem is I can't plan it out with the maneuver nodes, so... Alright, so I'm going to use physics acceleration to... warp faster than 1.x while the ship is under. Yes, what can you do? Yeah, it can be physics to So there it is. There it is. Now, with some luck, okay, so I'm going to stop. With some luck, okay, I'm in the plane, so that's good. And I'm hoping that this trick still works. Oh, wow. I don't actually see the intersection point. Have they taken out the intersection point, or have I completely muffed this? That should be interesting. Alright. Well, let's find out. Alright, so that did not work, but not by much. I didn't miss it by much. The problem was I shouldn't have pushed my apoapsis all the way out here, and I might have been able to get it. So, I did not save when I was up in space, but that's okay, because the launch part of it did not take a lot of time. But what I'm going to do, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to revert back to the vehicle assembly building. I'm going to go out and save the game manually, so that I have a spot that's not a quick save. That's just before I do this craziness. Nice and a good amount of fuel left. Is this a moon orbit mission? It is. I'm trying to get there, but here's the trick, 32RQ. I don't have maneuver nodes yet. So I have to do this the old school Kerbal way by just sort of knowing how the relationship between the planets and the moon are. The first time I ever went to moon, and Minmus for that matter, I had to do it by just like understanding the orbits and the angles in order to launch. Everything's in a plane though. At least for moon, it's in a plane. And the point at which you have to launch to fire your burn to do a transfer is more or less as I just described it, which is just as the moon is coming over the horizon. When you're in a 80 to 120 kilometer orbit, like the timing has enough flexibility in there that's about it. It basically means that your apoapsis extends out to moon about a quarter of the way around its orbit, maybe a little bit less. Because I have not yet upgraded my tracking station. Could I do that for $225,000? We're not doing that just yet. So we're going to try to do this without maneuver nodes. Yeah, and a good amount of fuel left. I'm not going to land. I don't have the fuel for that. This is a crazy ass design to try to land anyway. And this engine really can't handle it. Like, I think it can lift off the surface, but the fact that it takes so much to overcome gravity means you're burning a lot of fuel. This engine won't do it, but I don't have to because this is a flyby mission. Or do I have to? Is one of my requirements? That's a good question. Do I have to orbit? No, I just have to fly by the moon. And test the decoupler. Actually, what do I have to do this? I have to test it when, and I don't have this, the TD18 coupler. I have to activate the part through the staging sequence when all the test conditions are met, and that's when we're on escape trajectory. Oh, that's going to be exciting. How do I do that? That's the, is that the TD, that's the TD18 is what it's trying to get me to test. Where the hell do I even put this? So to actually test this, because that's actually something I wanted to test while I was out here. That's a thing. Okay. Okay. Let's pull one of these out. Okay. We're gonna have to do this a little bit creatively. We're gonna get rid of... We're not gonna get rid of the drogue chutes. We're gonna have to be a little bit careful here. We're gonna put the drogue chutes here. We're gonna take this off. We're going to drop this on, which means I've got extra mass to lift. That's gonna be a little bit fun. And I'm gonna have to actually have 4 of these instead of 2. Don't want to cover up my windows, so to speak. I don't think I am, but well, I'm just barely here, but I think we're okay there. So, okay, so that has to be activated by staging, but I'm going to put that, so it's not going to be when I decouple this, it's actually going to be like here. That's not what I wanted. So, that's going to fire up the liquid Terrier engine. That, no, the Poodle, whatever the tiny one is. That's going to decouple that, and then later on I'm going to decouple that. So that should be okay, but that's a lot of extra mass. And I'm running into parts limits again. This, I'm going to have to see whether or not this is a sane thing to try to bring into orbit. Let's get down to the parts count here if I can. Actually probably don't need these. What's the mass on those anyway? They should be negligible, right? No, it's not nothing, but alright, let's see if that'll make it up. Because I'm now hauling a little bit of extra mass into orbit I didn't think I was going to. Yeah, alright, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try this without maneuver nodes or even identification apparently of intersection of orbit. And actually, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to save the game before I did this. So hang on. Vehicle assembly. Back out. So we're gonna do this. This is a moon. It's not a moon orbit mission. I think I mentioned that. It's not a moon orbit. It's a moon flyby. I might actually be able to do a moon orbit on this one, but in case I don't, I'm not gonna fret if I can't get an actual moon orbit out of this. So we're gonna save the game. Actually, we're gonna load. We're gonna look up our file naming scheme. So 005D. So save game. 005D. Moon or bust. Why not? We'll just go with the classics. Alright, so now that means that once I get into orbit, if I feel like it's been a good orbital insertion, getting myself up there, I will then quick save there, and then I can revert to that. Whew. Alright, 2 missions in one, and then a rather impressive one to boot, and I'm taking all 3 of my Equinauts with me. Let's do this ridiculousness. Dun dun dun. Alright, here we go. Launch. A little bit of tilt over to get that started. And prograde. Gosh, you can steer better than I can. I don't have any of my other Equinauts with me because I have no idea why. But this is why we have, yeah, let's just get our Equinauts back on board. Let's try that again, please. Never ends but a force. Let's try this. All right, go, 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 go. Fortunately, we can just revert to launch. This is delicate. Mostly because of the winglets on top. There's only a certain point at which they actually just catch the atmosphere. Really useful in re-entry though, and not have bad at whoa, that's bad too. And I've done it again. Oh, now I'm also top heavy, now that I come to think of it. Alright. So I gotta be extra delicate. Not that I wasn't trying to be extra delicate in the first place. But... that is gonna take some finessing that I do not have. Alright. I've taken more ungainly ships up before, but also out of practice. Okay, that's a little bit crazy down. Still going very definitely up, but we're already at 20,000, and our apoapsis is at 37, 38, 39. So I can tell you this, if I manage to get this up and I manage to do the moon mission, then I will have no problems with using MechJeb have saved me doing this quite so many times. Okay, come on. Feather this over a little bit. So I'm going to get more of my solid rocket thrust in the horizontal direction. That's doing pretty good. But now, prograde because this is a really weak engine. Yeah, I have none of the indicators. I don't have the time it's going to take me to get to apoapsis. I don't have the intersection times. So I am going to have to save this once I'm in orbit. A quick save will do. And then I'm going to have to experiment with the intercept with Moon, because it'll tell me when I'm hoping, when I get to the Moon that I've orbited it, but it's not going to give me any other hints or information, because I'm doing this way ahead of sort of the tech level that I can manage. Way ahead of the tech level that I have it. Technically, I'm still in the atmosphere, so this is hairy edge. Because I may not make 70K before the periapsis actually comes up out of the planet. Yeah, this is making me a little nervous, if I'm honest. So I'm going to raise this up to try to drive the apoapsis ahead of me in time. Just a little further. If it's perpetually ahead of me, all's good. If I cross it before I actually get my periapsis raised, it becomes more problematic. No, this is good. This is good. This is really good. Program. Let's do this. Periapsis. Actually, we're actually prograde and pushing the apoapsis ahead of us because of the way the geometry works. So I'm going to let us flatten out. We're still not technically out of the atmosphere, just wild. Do. I used to play this enough that tune was permanently embedded in my head, and here I am letting it get right into my scullion. Okay, so there, the apoapsis. Oh, that was not what I intended at all. Okay, apparently we are having a 90-kilometer apoapsis. That was just pure old finger slip, is what that was. But that's okay. It doesn't need to be minimal, and at this point, the difference in fuel for being right down at the 70K mark and the 93 mark is minor. So. That was foolish, but that's okay. Alright, so that's roughly circular. So that will do. Now what we want is, I'm going to hit F5 to auto-save or quick-save or whatever you want to call it. Now I have to get myself in a position right about here. Close are we getting here? Getting pretty close. It's coming around the corner. I'm going to do it just after it's actually risen in my field of view from the point of view of my spacecraft. Because I think I did it a little early last time. So there it is. It's sort of comfortably above the horizon. I am prograde. Here we go. Alright. So we may have to take a few kicks at this segment of it, but now we're saved in orbit, so... we'll find the right timing. Now, in order for this to work, I kind of want to zoom out. Now, we know we're basically approaching... everything's in the plane right now, so this is good. So all we really have to do is lift my apoapsis up to the point where it intersects with the orbit. And then all we have to do is make sure that we're there when the moon is, obviously, but... just about 90 degrees, a little less than 90 degrees. Hoping this works. Check this out. I want to spend the maximum amount of time right, more or less right there. And I'm going to go just a little past it because that extends the time that we're going to be at apoapsis, but still basically within the region of the moon. So this should maximize our chances of getting an intercept there. Okay, here goes. Now, if I get there sooner and can't hang out there long enough, that means that I actually have to start my orbit, my burn a little bit earlier. Which is fine. Oh, check this out! Check this out! Check this out! Okay, I'm feeling kind of... I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Now the trick here is that I now have an orbit about the moon, and I need to, yeah, well done, right? Yeah, so they haven't changed the timing of any of the orbits of the planets in literally years, and so this is something I figured out a long time ago. Of course, you can look it up too. It's not that hard, but it's always super satisfying when it happens to work out. So here's the thing. So let's gotta make sure not to... so, no stability assist, please. I have limited battery power because I don't really have a battery on this thing. It's just whatever's on board the modules. And I get battery power from burning the engines, I believe, but I don't want to do that for battery power when I don't need to, because I need the fuel for other stuff. What I need to do... I need to thrust in a direction... so, I don't want to slow down. Like, I'm literally almost headed towards the center of the planet. I kind of have to thrust a little bit sort of perpendicularly to my current travel vector. My current travel vector is literally straight into the ground. And I can't remember. I'm actually going to save it here. I am going to, if I recall... I can't remember what these symbols mean. Thrusting anywhere along this horizon is thrusting along the... that's down. Alright. I gotta think this out. I mean, I can just experiment to figure out which direction I'm gonna go, but I can't remember the symbology. This is my current travel vector. It's basically dead center of the planet. What I need to do is I need to thrust in a direction that's outwards towards the horizon. because it considers this as if this gimbal is oriented as if I am in orbit around this thing, and so down is pointed at, basically at the planet, at the moon. One of these symbols indicates to the right and the other indicates up, and I don't remember which. My brain is just not functioning well enough. So we're going to experiment, and we may have to quick load to fix this. So that is not the right one. That is actually, so that's basically the up and down vectors. Okay, gotta remember that. I'm sure there's a right-hand, left-hand rule that enables me to solve that. So it's actually probably this one. That does not yet have me above the surface, because I want to do a flyby. And actually, arguably, the biggest problem with this is I'm going to do a flyby. What's going to happen here? I'm going to do a flyby behind it, which is actually going to boost me out of the solar system. So that's a problem too, or out of the planetary system. What I actually kind of want to do is actually go around the other side of it. Okay, that is a screenshot. That's not what I meant to do. I can't remember how to do a quick load. Hold F9 to load the last quick save. Okay. So we're going to quick save because that's back where we were here. Okay. In order to do this right, that is not the direction we're going to be flying. We are going to be flying. Why do we not have moon in our... Yes, we do. Right. Wrong one. And I think I'm running out of battery power, if I'm honest. Here we go. This is doing nothing to speed me down or slow me, speed me up or slow me down as such. All it's really doing is thrusting perpendicularly to to my current travel path, so that it's not about speed. It's just about doing a really freaking close flyby, and that's enough, because that's going to get me going in a highly elliptical orbit, but one in which the moon has bled off some of my speed, sort of like a reverse gravity assist. So now what I want to do is I actually want to use the up and down direction. Again, this is perpendicular to my flight path, but it's up and down instead of left and right. And so what I'm going to do here is tip this so that it's not descending below the planet. No, that's the wrong one. Okay, that's fine. I want to tip this leg of my journey so that it's actually pointed a little bit more towards Kerbal. Easier for me to do now than to correct when I'm actually close to Kerbal. This probably doesn't actually matter all that much, but that being said, let's get that flat with the plane again, or at least moderately flat with the plane. There. Okay, so what we've done, this is the forward and backward vector. There's an up and a down vector that's perpendicular to that, and there's a left and a right vector that's perpendicular to that, and all of those are indicated by these symbols. And if I had my brain even slightly screwed on straight, I'd be able to deduce all of it from the gimbal alone, and either a right or a left-hand rule, and I just don't remember any of it. So I've done it through experimentation. Deal. So we don't have that much liquid fuel left, though, and it's not going to help us a lot when we re-enter. But I did design this so that I could use the heat shield on the bottom of my craft to do this. So we're going to quick save here, because why not? I can always reproduce all of this if I absolutely have to. And we are going to accelerate time a little bit, because this is a fairly long trip. as we approach, we're going to actually get into our craft here. And actually, we're considered in orbit of Moon, right? We could actually do some pretty mega science here because we went to all the trouble. Conduct material study, please. This is in space high over Moon. And I should do it in deep space between Kerbal and Moon as well. And I'll have to do that next time because there's a lot of science to be had out here. Like a lot. So we're gonna keep all of the experiments, and we've got duplicates of all the ones that we could have duplicates on. We are gonna get goofy amounts of science if we can get this ship back in one piece. And yes, I could send out probes and do this all without risking Kerbals or Ponies. And that's fair, but I cut my teeth on doing this all by actually visiting. And I like to do that. I like to go out and do the science myself. Plus, you actually get more science out of it. You lose some of the science if you do it by transmission, or at least you used to. Alright. Let's close up the doors on this. And actually, we're going to re-save that because we haven't really changed our trajectory any, and we don't need to. And we're going to accelerate time just enough that we can watch Moon float by. Well, I guess technically it's us floating by, but you know what I mean. Whew. Boy, that gets the blood pumping when you're flying that close. Anyway. Obviously, I could have cut it closer, but that's alright. Alright, so. That having been done, now I want to get Moon out of the way and find out where our orbits ended up. Alright. That's fine. So... You know what? I did... I'm a fool. I actually did the exact opposite of what I wanted to do in terms of the gravity assist. I actually gave myself a gravity boost. But that's alright, because what we can do is, this isn't actually, like, I could have saved myself some fuel here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all the way up here, and I'm just going to... I have no battery left. I have nothing left. That's going to make this a little bit trickier. Fortunately, my natural rotation is drifting in towards... Let's just actually take full advantage. Whoa, God, don't go. Oh, God. Ah, key press fail. Total key press fail. But that's actually shortened up my my periapsis a little bit. So actually, let's just take advantage of that even further. Let's... shorten this until this drops down into the region of atmosphere. Can't believe I got the gravity assist thing backwards. And I commented about the fact that I was getting it backwards the first time. That's just dumb. Oh well, it is what it is. Alright, so what we're gonna do... Oh, and we were on an escape trajectory from the moon, and I forgot to do the... Alright, fine. So this is where we do a quick save, restore, whatever. I can't do anything about my trajectory around the moon this time. What I can do, I think, is... I'm in escape trajectory. I can test the decoupler, I think, just by doing this. Did that not work? the test, activate the part through the staging sequence when all the test conditions are met. I did. I'm confused. Oh, it's on an escape trajectory out of Kerbal. Okay. Actually, I can still do this because I'm probably going to... Oh, that's an escape trajectory all the way out of Kerbal. That would mean escaping both Kerbal and the moon. Ooh, this is interesting. I can take advantage of my gravity assist screw up, maybe, to actually do this mission. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Failure is definitely always an option. Alright. Alright, so here we go. What we're gonna do, and this is gonna be extra tricky because we don't have any battery power. God, it's gonna be really bad. Alright, so we got a little bit of rotation from the gimbling of the engine. So we're gonna have to use that to reorient ourselves here. See if we can't make a silk purse out of this sow's ear, so the expression goes. Alright. Let me slightly cheaty by using the time warp in order to stop my rotation. I'm gonna have to fix that anyway, because I'm gonna be not quite properly aligned when I get down here anyway. Alright, here we go. We're at periapsis. Oh god, I don't need battery power, so I guess that's also factoring out... No, hang on. There it is. I got my assist back. Can I actually get an escape burn out of this while I'm here? Maybe? I have an escape. Okay, so I have to go retrograde, and I'm gonna apply myself a little bit of thrust just to get my rotation heading in the direction of... because I have to undo what I just did, because I actually don't want to escape. But hang on a second. So we're gonna go to, can I pull this off? Maybe. All right, let's try this. So I did test the coupler. Whew. Okay. Oh, if this works, it'll be the craziest thing of all time. That's totally not true, but it'll be pretty crazy. Okay, I'm gonna want to go retrograde, that's right. Okay, let us do a burn. I think I want to be facing this direction, but it doesn't really matter. I'll have to sort that out when I'm out at the other end of this extremely... Oh, hello. Nope, that definitely lied to me completely. Okay, so now we've got a different problem. Retrograde. We definitely have to go retrograde. Or Actually, I know I've completely muffed this because I am now oriented around the sun. Okay, we can almost do this. We can almost recover from this disastrous little chunk of mission. Let's try this again. All right. So let's book it down towards here. And now we are going to go. We're going to aim for retro. No, we're going to aim for prograde. We want to shut. Okay, let's. Do this again. Okay, there. In the right escape trajectory, we're going to trigger the part, which gets us that. But then we need to go retrograde. We got to bring that way back in, much further back in, because it showed us an elliptical orbit, but when we got out there, it decoupled us from the Kerbal system, which made navigating without nav nodes, amongst other things, incredibly tricky and headache. So we're going to do exactly what we just did, but we're going to actually burn a bit more fuel to pull that quite a ways back in, so that when we get out there, this is as efficient as we're going to do it, I think. So let's just pull that all the way back in. Quite a ways back in, please. Yeah, okay, so that should be good enough. Now, let's get all the way out there. Yeah, okay, so now we haven't escaped the Kerbal system. This is sane. Sort of sane. We need to go retrograde again. Because now we need to bring our periapsis down into the atmosphere. If we've done that, and we can use the atmosphere to slowly bleed off our extended orbit, we'll use it as fuel. We're basically using the atmosphere as an aero brake. We should be able to bring in the apoapsis considerably using nothing more than just the atmosphere to help us out, which will save us fuel. All right, let's do this. Slow that down. Don't want to screw this up. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to get us down to about 50, maybe 45K. Right out there. Maybe a little bit further, but I'm actually going to F5 at this point, because if we can't get back now, we were never going to do it from the moon anyway. This has been like pretty optimal setup here. So F5 we go. We might be doing this entire darn thing again right from launch, but hey, you know. All right. I actually want to go a little bit further, because we have the heat shield. We have a lot of speed to bleed off. All right, here we go. So, point ourselves retrograde, please. Oh, this is just painful that we have to use actual thrust because I forgot to put batteries on this thing. Batteries and solar panels. I have no excuse. I had some of each. Not great ones, but totally enough to solve this little problem. very limited amount of fuel to pull this off. Here's hoping. Horribly wrong. I don't know if I can recover this. I really don't think I can. So what we're going to have to do, sad as it is go all the way back to Moon or Bust. But now we know everything that did work. Like, we can't recover that. And I'm not losing my astronauts, equinauts, whatever. So the biggest thing that killed me there, aside from making a potentially wrong decision that turned out to be the right decision for the gravity assist, was not having, just running out of battery power. Rookie mistake, totally my bad. So let's fix that and get right back into this because, I mean, it's a trivial fix to make. I got lots of fuel to do all the maneuvering I want, although I didn't save it with, that's interesting, I didn't save it with the, do I have an auto-save version of this guy? Guess not. Alright, so I gotta do some quick little fix-ups here. So this guy gets replicated 4 times on there. This guy gets, I only really need 2. I can replicate, I can put, thank you, 2 is good. Not covering up the window because that would be rude. I get rid of this. I can add the, need to add that coupler. Oh, so dumb. T18. Doink. We can add that as its own stage. That into the position before we trigger the... that one triggers that one. Then I'm riding all the way down, but didn't I have something separating these two? What happened to my... I really thought I'd fix this up properly, but apparently not. T12 decoupler. Right there, please. So that's you. That is the last thing that I'm going to want. On the very last descent, I'm going to want to get rid of that. Alright. What is that one? I have concerns. Oh wow, this is totally the wrong one. This is I am being completely, don't save. I am being completely dumb because it's actually this guy that's the one I'm after. I am so dumb. I am being so dumb today. Alright, so there we go. That's the actual ship that I'm going to launch, and everything's already set up correctly, except that I am going to add electrical stuff to this because I'm going to be not a complete moron. So we're going to purchase you because I don't want these guys in line. I'll just tuck them in under here. And I'm just going to have 4 of them because I don't want to run out of power. So there we go, there's that. And then there's also the photovoltaic panels, which I'm also going to purchase. These guys I need to have in a couple of different spots. So I'm going to have there, but also I'm pretty sure I can do this if I'm super careful. I can do, oh, it's not that tilt and it's not that tilt, it's that tilt, but I want to do it in gradations. So I'm going to basically do that so that they're facing into the sun a little bit. Those may come off during. That may not be great. Those aren't really well protected there. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tuck them in under here. That's going to be considered self-blocking, but we're going to find out in a minute. Actually, I'm going to tuck this here. Alright. Well, also, crew. We're going to bring crew. Can't believe I did that. Alright, launch. So we can do this again. It won't take me long to get back up there. Yeah, that just made it like infinitely more difficult to keep everything sort of organized. It meant that I had to have the thrusters on anytime I wanted any of the stabilization to occur, and it was just, what a pain. Because gyroscopic stuff you essentially get for free as long as you want. Too twitchy with my fingers. Stop that immediately. Stop that immediately. All right. One thing I want to check, actually. This has direct sunlight. All right, so the one that's tucked under there is considered to have direct sunlight. I am perfectly good with that. All right, go, launch. Try to feather this over a little bit. Wow, that is super top heavy. Oops, cancel. Vert flight, launch. That's rough. All right, give it a little time to build up some speed so I have some utility in the control surfaces. It's gonna be a thing. Now I'm getting impatient, and the impatience in this game will kill you if you're flying seriously experimental stuff. It'll just kill you. Appropriate. Do to actually improve this? Revert flight, revert to vehicle assembly. I think part of the problem is the sort of classic problem of the more parts you have, the more sort of wobbly it gets, yeah. Like the taller the stack you get where you've got joints between them. So what I'm going to try to do, yes, I can probably help stabilize it by doing this. By having the struts go basically very nearly the top of the thing. Or if I can go even higher. I can get all the way to the top. capsule. Let's do that. That doesn't really add to the mass. And that'll help keep it from bending. Because when it bends, it gives an erroneous sort of feel for where the thrust is relative to the orientation of the craft. Like it'll, if there's a 5-degree bend between the capsule and the engines, then match up pretty nicely. Okay, look at that. That is actually a fair bit smoother. It's not fighting against it quite as hard. Add quite a bit of weight to the bottom, or to the top. I would have thought so, but gotta keep trying this. Let's actually do this a little bit. Let's let that first set of engines give us some vertical velocity before I start fiddling with the orientation. Whoa! And don't hit the don't hit the retrograde button instead of the prograde when you're. Hi, I want to go exactly backwards from where I'm currently heading. Could you do that automatically for me? That would be great. Good shape for being able to make orbit, and now we have electrical power. Essentially infinite electrical power, as long as we don't need a lot of it all at once. We have more than enough capsules to act as our sort of inertial, what do you call it, inertial guidance, the guidance thing, ring that does the. I have lost all my terminology for Kerbal Space Program. It's really sad. That just means I'll have to play a lot more of it. Oh, we can flatten this out a little bit now because we're getting really close to our apoapsis being at 70K. Where are we now? Yeah, we're more than good. Oh, okay, so that's fine. That actually tied in quite nicely. Okay. We are going to actually go prograde until I'm convinced we're not we are making the apoapsis go up, but we're also not currently approaching apoapsis, so I want to keep pushing that up as well as forward that mark. Really unfortunate I had to do this one twice, but back a little bit, buy ourselves a few extra seconds. Yeah, now we got the apoapsis starting to head away from us. That's fine. Achieved more or less a circular orbit. Immediate F5. This is our new starting place. This is good. And now, where is Moon? Alright, so we are too late to do it this pass, or are we? Yeah, we are too late to do it this pass. But we can do it the next pass, so. Here we go. Actually, we'll just F5 it there too, since that's more or less an indistinguishable state. And we're gonna get closer to it. We are ready. Full charge, and we are going. One more try. It's totally a lie. I'll just keep doing this until I finally get it right. But in any case, one more good solid try at accomplishing this mission. So what we are going to do is the same thing we did last time, except this time kind of on purpose, in the sense that we are going to go behind the moon. Seriously not true, actually. If we... Okay, hang on. Before I screw this up again. Oh, God. Okay. Keyboard fail. It's totally a lie. It's a me fail. Sorry. We got enough liquid fuel. So if I come in to the moon and I pass behind it, it should give me a fairly big boost outward. I actually kind of want that, because I think what that might give me is, I don't know if it'll give me escape velocity out of the system, but if it does, that's not the worst thing in the world. Let's give that a go, actually. So, let's see what happens when we get all the way out here. Here it is. Alright, so now I can just follow. This is great because that's pretty flat to the plane. And if I follow that out, there we go. And what did that do to my orbit? Arguably not a lot different than passing on the other side of it, but I think that actually gave me more total orbital energy in the direction of, like, I didn't gain a lot from that. And that was the opposite of what I did last time, but let's, need to go prograde briefly. Okay, I need to test the decoupler, which I've now done. I now need to go retrograde. I can do all this electrically, thankfully. Okay, so we're going to shrink that back down. Okay, now we we are going to take me out to that point. I've not done this super efficiently. That's fine. I'm getting impatient again. I want retrograde because I want to be able to shrink my periapsis until it's within Kerbin's atmosphere. Okay. Hit F5. This is where we're going to start from. I'm going to go a little bit low. Whoa, that was way more than I had intended. Fortunately, I have that quick save that I did literally seconds ago. It's probably faster than trying to correct for the stupid mistake I was just about to make. So, what I want to do is I want to shrink this just a little bit more. I want to see if I can do this. So it's going to be 45. I'm going to do that. So now I'm going to get way closer. Now I have electrical support for keeping my tail towards the my velocity vector, which is going to be nice. Coming in. Okay. Need to preserve fuel, so I'm going to have to do some aero braking here to make this plausible. But now that I've got some control support for keeping myself tail into the wind, what should happen is that it does heat up, but not enough to cause me to explode. But while I'm doing this, okay, so we're past the point of the danger point here. We should be seriously shrinking my apoapsis. So there we go. I am going to need several passes to pull this off by aero braking alone. But the advantage is that I don't spend any fuel actually getting myself slowed down to the point that I essentially am back to having a circular orbit around Kerbin. Then hopefully I can do the descent profile that I already know works. So, where did we climb back up to? We're still climbing out of the well. Still bleeding off some speed. This actually worked pretty well. Actually, I can afford to advanced physics. So, I apologize for this taking longer than it should have, but this has been a good learning experience to remind myself how to play this silly thing. And we got to explore a few new concepts. Like, I didn't think I'd be doing a moon visit today, and I didn't think I'd be doing a complicated aero braking thing today in order to be able to maximize my fuel usage, or minimize my fuel usage. All right, so we're here. Right, so we need to point retrograde. Actually, we don't need to really point retro anything. We're just going to reuse the periapsis. It hasn't sunk much further. It will a little bit as this goes on, but not nearly as much as the periapsis will sink. But as long as I keep it at about 45, I will continue to be able to bleed off a fair bit of speed. And actually, we're going to be slower each time we encounter that, which means it's less dangerous as time goes on. So, F5 for quick save, because we're going to make this work. Now we're just going to float into... I didn't actually have to adjust anything out there. That's fine. That's right. All right. Coming in pretty hot, but we have the ability to rotate our ship now. Get ourselves oriented correctly, and it's aero brake time. See, our temperature isn't quite as high as that because we're actually moving less quickly as we hit this point. See that? It's come way down. Way, way down. Alright. We are bringing this ship home. Alright. So, that has dropped down a little bit, but I think we're okay on that front. Nevertheless, F5. And then bring us all the way back down into the air, near the atmosphere here. Our Equinauts are sitting happy. We're going to bring all of our Ponies home. All right, so here we go. We are heading back into the atmosphere. Not one drop of fuel used in the recent passes. All we've done is heat up the planet's atmosphere a microscopic amount. Now, the problem is, obviously, we can't keep dropping us down without risking this actually becoming inside the planet, which means that we would essentially be headed down and into the planet. I don't know what I'm going to do about the next pass. I might raise the periapsis a hair in order for this to come in a little bit more gently. We'll have to see how this plays out. We might be able to do this in one landing pass, actually. We'll have to see. Okay. I'm gonna see what happens if I just do this one more pass. I suspect what's gonna happen is that this will eventually dip below the atmosphere, and then I'll just spiral in. But that's not necessarily a bad thing if we can hold it together long enough. Time warp is 4x. Now let's actually reduce it to 1x until everything stops vibrating. The physics time warping is always a little bit suspect because it's trying to run all the physics at a higher rate. But I think that skips over fine grain operations. Alright, so it's actually not bad. This is actually doing okay. We're still descending. Ooh, this is going to be... I don't know if we're going to climb out of this. This might be the final descent. Again, that's not actually... Yes, it is in fact the final descent. It's not necessarily a bad thing, as long as we can bleed off enough speed appropriately. I'm going to have to use the liquid fuel burn in order to bleed off a lot of this motion. Actually, I want to go to ground speed motion. How are we doing? Still doing okay, actually. When we hit 20,000, we're going to hit the... really nervous about this. Here we go. Oh, yes. Yes! We might have been able to actually bring that engine home. Actually. Oh well. I mean, I'm not going to worry about it. I did not do any science on that trip. well. I've proven I can get out and do that run. And now that I've gotten everyone out there and back, I can now send Dash out on her own. This was more symbolic than anything else. It would have been nice to get the science at the same time, but whatever. I actually got two missions done in the course of this, though. So the fact that I wasn't perfectly efficient at also getting the science out of it is, that's all right. There'll be more missions to the moon. So this, provided I don't screw this up, this was actually pretty successful. Oh, I love the look of that water. That is nicely done. Huzzah! Recover the vessel, please. Six-hour streaming, go figure. Okay, so, yeah. Recovery of a vessel returned from a flyby of moon. Yeah, so we did good. We did really, really good. We are ready. I don't think I gave me any additional XP, but symbolically that's what I wanted to do. Where are we for mission control? Let's find out the next thing that we're going to do. We are going to... science data from the surface of the moon. I don't think I can get down there with the tech that I have, to be perfectly honest. All of these want to fly by the moon. One of them wants to orbit around Kerbal and fly by the moon. This is actually a really good one for us. I do have the problem that I'm only carrying 3 instead of being able to carry 4, but... we want to give this one a go? Let's give this one a go. Okay, what is the hydraulic detachment manifold? Oh, the Poodle. Liquid fuel engine. Splash down at Kerbal. Would require me to carry a Poodle engine all the way out and back. I don't really want to do that. I really want to do the science data from the surface of the moon, but I don't think I can. I don't think I have the fuel to be able to actually land on moon. Not without taking a lot more of what I need up there. Okay. Might be able to do that. Give me a pretty wide altitude, too. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. Let's do it. It's crazy. Let's do it. All right. So to do this, we're definitely going to need bulk biceps version 2. We're not taking that gigantic... All right, hang on. Open. We're taking biceps. Here we go. 85 parts and 9 stages. Load this up. What do we got here? All right, so first things first is we don't need this. Second things second, we are going to need another command pod. So that's going to increase the mass that way. That's a bit of a problem, but okay. It's more and more top heavy. Third things third, we need to find that hydraulic manifold. There it is, hydraulic detachment manifold. That is kind of big, if I'm honest, but we have a spot for that. And actually, what we're going to do... So you're going to let me do that? Because I actually don't want it attached after we actually ditch the thing. Alright. Alright, save. Oh, and I just overwrote the original ship. I didn't want to do that, but okay, what's done is done. Okay, the thing is, where are my limits right now? My limits are, I don't have a parts limit. What I do have is a mass limit. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually ditch these and hopefully be able to attach more of these, but I'm going to need that. Nope, that is not going to work. That is definitely not going to work. Okay, so I can't do that to increase my thrust. I'm willing to bet that adding another one of these to each of these is going to push us over the limit too. Not by as much as I would have thought. And I do want to get science on this particular journey. Okay, can I do the flea? I can. It's ridiculous. Alright. Alright. How heavy are you guys? Don't technically need 4 of you. Alright. Let's be less ridiculous. Try to save a little bit. We're going to put one of those here. We're going to reduce you to... reflection of 2. Same thing with you. It's not a lot of savings, but you know. And given that I'm ditching the lower section here, I bet that I can probably reduce you to a reflection of 2 as well. Alright. Yeah, we managed to get a little bit closer in, so we've got a little bit more thrust, about the same amount of mass. Let's do this thing. Or do I have to do that manifold thing anyway? I have to do it in orbit around the moon, don't I? At a particular orbital height. Now, it's going to be tough because I don't know if I have enough. I don't have to do the escape velocity burn and unburn. I could maybe use that in order to capture this craft around the moon, but I can't do air braking or anything like that. So, all right, here goes. Cells, fuel boosters, things, stuff. Okay, let's try again. Pay attention as a test afterward. Okie dokie. Nope, definitely can't turn over nearly that soon. Alright, that's fine. That was just me getting impatient again to start the turn. This is probably, and I don't have all my passengers, this is probably the largest ship that I can build out of these parts. And this mass. Tourist. Launch. Now, I'm on a moon orbit mission. Very poorly. Start to overcompensate for the stuff you're doing and everything starts to go sideways. Or in my case, less sideways. Or I could just let go of my rockets early, because that's always a thing. Alright, it's probably a good indication that what I should do is when I hit the 7-hour mark to just call it good. Coming up in about 25 minutes, because I have been doing this for a while, and it's starting to get stupid. That's a good ascent profile, I think. Why is this engine not lit? That was decidedly weird. I clearly haven't solved this completely. Oh, it accidentally... okay. Well, damn. Okay, so... Clearly didn't have all of this cleared up. So, what do we have here? We have that guy needs to be... That one needs to be in the very last place here. That's the very last thing that we want to do with this. Happens... activate number 3 just after I jettison this. So that decouples and then that engine comes online. Actually, I can do those at the same time. There's no excuse for me not to be able to do that. Later on, I then do that, and then this is the very last one. And then these are my... Yeah, okay, that's the restaging. Those are the parachutes. Okay. Oi! Always check your staging. This was not a great ascent profile, but it is a workable one, so. Circularization burn, please. Alright, so. Yeah. Not the greatest in the world, but let's see what we can do. So, we're going to try to... I kind of goofed. I overshot. That's fine. We're going to go around again. Okay, we're coming up on this. So, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go a little bit early so that I arrive there a little bit early. I think that will enable me to get a circular orbit a little bit further out. Yeah, let's go. I think that works out. That means that I will arrive as it's further along its track, which means that I'll be approaching it from behind at a much wider distance. I think that's going to work. Alright, yeah. There we go. Because I don't really want to have a... one of the parts things requires a very wide orbit, and I don't want to tighten the orbit if I don't have to. Like, I want to be way out there. Alright, let's see if this works. There it is. It's a pretty wide orbit, but that's okay. Periapsis is at like 1,000,000 meters. That's fine. So let's go retrograde, because that's what I'm going to need to do. I don't know why the marker is way out there like that, but I think it's at this point of curvature where I basically want to go... Oh, too far. I don't know if I have enough fuel for this, but we'll find out. Okay. Okay. Now, based on this, where do I need to be? Okay, I got everybody did the orbit. All of those guys are handled. I need an orbit around the moon and an orbit of 400,000 to 410. Now, I don't want to bring this down. What I want to do is bring this down, because that's more fuel efficient. So, I'm super careful. That was not super careful. That was the same problem I had during the escape orbit, only in reverse. Okay, reload. That's fine. Everything about that was actually pretty good. Okay, I'm coming up on the moon, I think. Yeah, so... prograde, please. Hit the burners. Let's do the thing. Intuition here tells me that I have 3 viewers. Hey, hi, third viewer. It tells me that if I get a little bit closer to the orbit, there that when I extend, come on, that when I get there, I will still have a fairly wide orbit, but it'll be less wide. Okay, how's this looking? Haha, 400,000. But I need to be, yeah, 400,000. Look at that. Holy crap. Okay, that's really close. So I'm going to hit F5 on that because I am not going to be able to improve on that at all. So there we go. And right about here, I want to slow down and stop. I need to do a retrograde burn, which should circularize the orbit, and then a tiny little tweak will raise this up to the level that I need it to be. So here's hoping. But I do need to bring this in quite a bit more than I did before. Like I can't go that far out. Let's go to 2 million, roughly. Hoping that will be enough, close enough that I don't lose moon orbit. If I do, I'm saved right nearby. This is looking shiny. Right, so there's this. Now I need to raise this by just a bit because I need to get to the 400,000 mark. So I actually need to go prograde. Whew, here we go. Here we go. 400,000 ho. All right. So that's at the right level. And it's at this point when I have to, so I've got my orbit, but I need to be at 400,000 in order to be able to trigger it. And let me just double check here. This part is the next one to be staged. All right, gonna F5 again. Here we go. Here we go. We're gonna descend down to about here. I'm gonna watch this to make sure that we're actually crossing. Yeah, it's gonna be just a little bit further along. There it is. And got it. Okay, okay. So here's what we want to do. I need to escape from Moon, but I want to escape in a way that reduces my orbital velocity. So I want to come off this leg. We're actually in a really good spot here because of the way that my orbit has sort of kind of precessed around the Moon relative to its orbit. What that should mean is that if I come off of, if I extend this out until I escape from Moon while I'm in this configuration, then this leg will actually drop me down towards Kerbal because I will be going slower than the Moon, and therefore I should fall in towards it. All right, so first things first, save now, save often, save again, save over. I've got plenty of liquid fuel to be able to do this maneuver, especially if I do the aero braking thing that I did last time. So this is, I think, my last mission this evening, but this has been pretty good here. I kind of want food. I'm getting super hungry. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about the fact that I'm slightly tilted. That's not going to be enough to be a problem. So I need to go prograde, which I'm already at. So here goes. Okay, let's try this out. So we are escaping in the right direction. And there it is. That has dropped us down towards Kerbal. Because when we were with the moon, obviously we were circular. So when we left the moon, we had one end of our orbit drop way, way down. So that's great, because what that means is I can come all the way back up to here. I can fire retrograde. I can drop the periapsis down into the atmosphere. I do not have nearly as much leeway as I did last time. And I'm not sure what I could realistically do to preserve more of my liquid fuel. I mean, I was hauling a lot of extra weight. Yeah, alright, so let's get all the way down to 45 again, because I think that was a pretty good number for moon level re-entry. Right, so let's try this. Okay, hey, sorry, Luciana Webb, how you doing? Welcome to my humble little channel where I am aero braking back into Kerbal. You came at sort of the tail end of my stream, which has been going on for, God, 7 hours. I can't believe it. I was just going to do a little 3-hour thing, and I just got so re-enamored by this game, I just couldn't put it down. But I do have to go find food, because this is ridiculous. But I will be back. I'm going to finish this mission. But I will be back. Well, let me finish this mission. It's going to explode here. Oh my God, I forgot to do the science again. Ah! That's alright. That is quite alright. Oh, that's bad. It actually exploded. That's less good. But it doesn't seem to have structurally destroyed anything super important. So 45 was maybe a little bit of ambitious. I am never going to get science from the moon. That's okay, because I did do a parts quest, and I did a tourism quest all in one go. I would like to bring back science because I'm a little bit shy on the science side, but that's okay. There will be more opportunities. I'm not turning this craft around. So we bled off quite a bit of our orbital speed here, which is great. And I'll accelerate the time warp here to get us up out of this pit. This gravity pit. So I'm gonna scooch on up. Whoa, hello. That's what happens when you time warp a little too quickly. I actually skipped right over the atmosphere, which is not actually supposed to happen, but I should actually have less speed, so there should be less explosions coming into this one. I think what I'll do next time I'm sent out is, unless there's a really obvious and a really simple parts quest that relates to, you know, the moon or Minmus or whatever escaping Kerbal's orbit, I think what I'll do is I will focus on the science. So there's no excuse for me not doing the science along with all of this. It's just me being sloppy and forgetful. And slobby. And that forgetful thing. What was I talking about? So. Yeah, so even though the last time had slightly explodey things happen, I've actually got less speed this time around because of the shape of my orbit. So I should explode less. I wonder if it got one of my... No, it didn't get my... Oh, did it get the goo canisters? That's what it got. It got the goo canisters, probably because they were sticking out a little bit. You know what? I can actually tuck them, a couple of them, underneath one of these command modules to keep them safe. So I would have lost that science anyway. Oh, good to know. I mean, in fair, I'm not protecting any of this stuff from the heat particularly. Alright, I'm climbing back out and not suffering any major ill effects from any of this, so accelerate physics. And climb out of the gravity well again. See all of my happy tourists. And my main pilot. Hey Dashy, how you doing? Alright. So, climbed out of the well. So, yeah, let's just F5 that and go right round again. So I'm pretty happy about that. I actually did a moon orbit mission with this particular design. Kind of want to move on to more powerful engines. I don't know what the next level is. I don't know how to make the next breakthrough. Oh, I have to up, in order to get to level 2 tech tree, I have to actually upgrade the science center itself. Everything needs upgrading. Money, 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 money. So it's not really... So I'm running up, my problem here isn't parts, it's mass. I can't build things with quite as much mass as I'd like because the pad. Upgrading the pad is stupid expensive, but upgrading the... getting higher tech levels for the sake of better engines and the like isn't going to solve my mass problem. It would solve my parts problem because I would have bigger pieces and use fewer parts to get the same stuff done. Oops, and now I can zip around, hit a 5, zip around again. So what's my plan of attack here? The reason I might upgrade the Science Center first, though, is still to get access to at least one more, maybe 2 more sources of generating science, so then I can revisit some biomes, collect more local science with very little cost, and go that route. Kind of got a couple of bottlenecks. That mass thing is a pain in the neck. Something like $400,000 to go to the next level, though. That's a lot of scratch. That would put off the problem of needing the heavier lifting parts. Because then I could just build monstrosities like this. So who thinks that's a hot wings and beer night? I think it's a hot wings and beer night. We have to look at some. Of course, I made this go with some burger instead. I don't know. I'm kind of hungry. Can you tell I'm getting kind of hungry? It's just so much fun. I can't believe I spent the whole day doing this. This is ridiculous. Well, it is my week off. Weeks off. I took a couple of weeks off. I just hit a wall at work and just decided to... better for my health to just step back because I had the spare time. awesome managers. Geez, never underestimate the value of good managers, let me tell you. Alright, so where are we apoapsis-wise? We need to make at least one more full pass before we can start a descent, because I don't think we're closing that gap. Come on. Figure out the key controls. Code Weaver, you should be able to do this. What's really funny is now that I have a few people in the chat room saying hi. I still don't want to quit. I guess I am starting to become a bit of a streamer, and I don't know, whatever. There's nothing I can do about it. The addiction must be fed. It's kind of fun. Honestly, didn't ever think I would actually be doing any kind of streaming. I'm a really people person. And yet I'm here. I'm a massive contradiction. So, what game will I probably be playing next on the stream? I don't know, I got a bunch of things that I'd like to play, but I want to start finishing some stuff off rather than keep starting new things. So I'm continuing to play Outer Wilds, which is an older game by Annapurna, but an awesome game. It is one of my favorite games of all time. Great story-based space exploration kind of thing. It's wonderfully lore-heavy. Don't go looking up stuff about it if you have any intention of playing it. If my weight carries anything, go and just play it blind. Absolutely the kind of game that has to be played blind. It's a little bit like Undertale and One Shot that way. And if you need any other convincing, go look up spoiler-free reviews on it on YouTube, specifically to avoid spoilers on that, because absolutely something that should not be spoiled on pain of death, taxes, politics, whatever. All the horrible things in the world. But I am playing through it. It's one of my favorite games, but I recently had the ability to play it in VR and got addicted to that, and so now I'm playing through the whole thing in VR again as if it were fresh and new, which it kind of is for me, and it just makes me feel good. So, lots of Let's Players out there who've done it. Played it blind for their channels, which is also epically awesome. And, okay, so F5... I've watched so many Let's Players play that. I'm seriously a fanboy. Also, One Shot. I think I mentioned that one for the same reason. Undertale is extremely well known, and One Shot is in the same vein of style. Like, it's a very 8-bit retro style. Definitely another thing that shall not be spoiled. So don't go looking up too much stuff about it. But fabulous game, and less well known than Undertale, which is a shame, because I think it's absolutely fantastic. Oh, hello, fourth viewer who has come along just as I'm starting to wrap up my session. That's okay. It's a crapshoot whether or not anybody ever finds me here, and that's because I don't pick regular times to stream, which is my fault. I admit I don't do this for a living. I don't even do this for a regular stress thing. I do whenever I feel like it. So that's why. But I do enjoy when people stop by. Occasionally there are some fun opinions and questions I can answer. All of that good streamer stuff. So where are we in terms of... That is taking forever to come down. I just need the fuel. You know what I could do, though? I want the fuel for re-entry, but I could spare the tiniest bit of it to lower the periapsis by a hair. And just before I do that and do some irrevocable damage, let's just save. But if I get right out to apoapsis here, and I go and do a retro burn, not a prograde burn, thank you, a retro burn. slow myself down just a little bit, I can get deeper into the atmosphere, which is now... Oh, that is not doing what I wanted to do. Retro, please. Good. Pay attention. There's a test after. This is hunger. I swear this lack of attention is... Anyway, sorry. So we're going to lower this down to like 40, which is going to be pretty significant in terms of... I think in terms of its slowdown. So... But we have, because we're moving so much slower in the atmosphere now, that's probably safe to do. Alright, so now we whip around here, we make sure we're set to retrograde so that when we start to enter the atmosphere, we flip around automatically. Boy, howdy, is this ever easier when you have electricity to run your flywheels. Oh... Alright, so we're doing a descent. We're going to go quite a bit deeper this time. Oh, I love that wind sound. How are we doing? We're not even getting the temperature gauges up, which... Oh, no, there it is. Alright, so that is about as deep as we wanted to go this pass, because I don't want anything else lit up. Okay, so how is this affecting... it's coming down pretty quick. Back out of the gravity well a little bit. Yeah, I know, this is a long landing. The last one was much simpler. I'm not entirely sure why, because I have extra mass. Harder to slow me down. Momentum... momentum is a problem. Because I have the extra... I added the extra capsule because of the... because I went up from my 3 standard Equinauts to having a bunch of Kerbals playing tourist. Right, that's a thing. So that's why it's becoming... It's a lot harder this time than the last time. I didn't think it would be that big a deal, but, you know, there it is. Coming back around for another pass. But this is... so that makes sense. I've never used aero braking to its full extent. Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of things that affect it. If all other things are equal and you have more mass, that means you effectively have more momentum. Which means when you hit the air, it's you're actually pushing it out of the way harder. The temperature is higher and it slows you down less. So that's always a thing. If I lightened this up, then aero braking would be a lot easier to use. I could plummet deeper into the atmosphere a little bit, and it would stop me a lot more. So that's definitely why this is taking longer. I'm pretty convinced of that. We are descending. But aero braking is a great way to save fuel. Clearly, I used almost no fuel in the last... God, it's taken me half an hour to get this thing down at least. I've used almost no fuel except for that very tiny touch that I used in order to lower my periapsis further into the atmosphere. That's the only stuff I've ever done. Everything else is electrical flywheel stuff. So that's really good, right? Because I want to preserve all of that fuel for helping resist, when I'm actually descending further into the atmosphere, like I did last time. I actually have less fuel now than I did last time, too, because I'm pushing around all this extra mass. And that's making me even more nervous about that final descent. I seem to have a lot of leeway, though, when I did that pass, when I did the last landing. So I'm hoping that translates into, safe return. Because otherwise, what my answer is to leave these guys up in orbit and send up somebody to rescue them, because I do not let anybody suffer the consequences of my terrible planning skills, but I also don't want to go back and restore a previous game. Like at this point, I've got time invested in this, and it feels more like I should do a rescue mission than just do a reload. I do reloads for huge, garish, unrecoverable mistakes, but it's more fun to go rescue your guys. Actually, what's more interesting is if I had to return this to the surface, how would I do that if this thing were like fresh out of fuel? I couldn't refuel it, you know, and all that good stuff. I guess you can kind of, I guess now, and I haven't tested this, there's all those facilities in KSP for building stuff on the fly while you're in space. So maybe attaching one ship to another and transferring fuel is a plausible thing to do now without docking, right? You just have to have the right equipment to go and weld stuff together in space. That's a new thing. I never, like, I'm so old school, I used to do this before there was a proper navigation system, and having the ability to actually build stuff in space is awesome. I haven't done it yet. I've got stuff in this that I'm actually blind to, which is cool. Love this game. As evidenced by the fact that it is 7 hours and 15 minutes since I started this ridiculous stream. Alright. Wow. We're climbing up out of a 38k drop, and Apoapsis is falling. Am I actually going to climb out of this? Maybe not, but I'm bleeding off some good speed. Alright, this might be our final descent. Because I don't think I'm climbing up fast enough. That may not be true. Isn't that crazy? I'm climbing out of this gravity well, momentum alone, and I just might make it up and out before it becomes unrecoverable. Before, like, all of my orbit is. That's hilarious, because that actually means I could recircularize my orbit, and I'd be fine. It's hilarious. However, what I do want to do is, if I don't climb out of this, what I may want to do is raise my apoapsis by just a hair, so that I skim the atmosphere a little bit more smoothly. Oh, do I want to, though? Well, I'll just save it when I get up to apoapsis, and I can find out whether or not that would be a good idea. Yeah. I can't believe it, but I'm actually climbing up out of that gravity well. By the skin of my teeth. Alright, so save it, and let's just try to come straight in. Because the problem with raising my apoapsis is raising periapsis is I'm implicitly going to be increasing the speed when I'm down there, which is the opposite of what I actually want to do. Problem is I'm also coming in at a sharper angle, so trade-offs, right? You know what I'm also going to try to do? I'm going to restage this and see if I can actually recover the bell. If I can't, I'll trigger it manually, but it'd be nice to recover the engine and the fuel tanks as parts. It's an awful lot for those little parachutes to do. Oh, that is a problem. I took out 2 of the parachutes. This might be slightly frightening. Fortune favors the ridiculous. No, it doesn't. But, you know. Alright, so I've got to monitor the heat because it's going to come up pretty quick, and the minute it starts to get into serious pain territory, I'm going to have to use all the rest of my fuel to kind of this down. That's awfully close. The whole mass thing with the aero braking is just as important here. Oh! Hello. I have no idea what that was all about, but the SAS system went a little bit bonkers. Okay, let's deploy that. Oh, it might have been because my physics was on fast physics. That was bad. That's an awfully heavy landing, but it is doable. And anyway, I saved right when I was about to re-enter. Yeah, that was crazy town. That wasn't normal. Like, there's nothing obvious about why that suddenly freaked out on me, but it might be because I had physics time warping up pretty high, and it was on like a high stress situation. But you notice that the ship didn't break apart, so I think that was the physics system wigging out rather than me breaking the ship apart. It's still in one piece. I don't know what that was. The Kraken, except kind of incompetent. Jeez, that's old school. I wonder how many Kerbal space programmers actually know what the Kraken is. Alright, so landed a bit sideways. There we go. Landed a bit sideways so that the parachutes could take the ship tipped all the way down. And so we're landed. Let's do a recover and find out what the situation is. Oh, I got super lucky. Come on. I don't know what that was. That freaked me out. I'm spiraling to death, but I did notice on several other landings, actually, as I was approaching, I guess the transition point of the parachutes. It was doing spinning earlier. Nothing like that. I guess it didn't occur to me it might be like a bug or I don't know. I honestly don't know. Recovery of a vessel returned. So what do we got here? We got good data out of it in science, just from I guess going there. That's fine. I didn't do any science on purpose. Where's the pity? We recovered stuff. What does it actually get if I recover? So this is interesting to ask. I didn't have that much liquid fuel remaining, but the engine gave me 136 funds. But look at the cheese. Look at the fuel tank. Well, okay, that's a quantity of 4 of them, so 100 each. So not a lot, but I guess it adds up over time, right? Like, check that out. The winglets, 4 of them were 890 funds, so recovering that's pretty cool. But the big thing that I added there that I risked recovering was the Terrier liquid fuel engine and the 4 tanks. So that got me an extra 500 funds. Is that a lot? No, and it's certainly not worth risking any other parts of my ship. But all right. Wow. Though, check out the funds. Holy crap. I made some serious bank on that one. Okay. So, here's where we are. We're at 7 hours and 23 minutes. I think I'm going to call it there. But it has been really fantastic having all of you pop by. If you happen to spot me online another time, let me know. I haven't gotten to the point in my little streaming career where I schedule a lot of stuff, but I am on vacation for another week, and I will be doing probably, like I said, Outer Wilds, because I absolutely adore it, and I want to finish it in VR on stream. And it's the other thing that I've been doing. Oh, Mass Effect 1 through the Legendary Edition that they released. Dirty little secret, I finished Mass Effects 2 and 3, and I never finished 1. I actually never started 1, so that's a little bit blind for me in a sense. So that's a lot of fun, too. So I love that series. It was a great series. Is a great series. Anyway, this has been absolutely delightful. Thank you for joining me, all of you. And I will be back on at some point. Probably not tonight, because I didn't expect to be doing 7.5 hours. But I will be on over the next week now and again. Feel free to stop by. It's been absolutely delightful having you all here. Thanks for joining me. This is Code Weaver Plays Games. See you in the next stream.